There was a time and a place where Mondays were miserable, but it's not anymore. That's right. We're here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series. Yes, we are here despite that hiccup. Thank you for joining us here at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. It's event number 4, the final table, the final 7. But here's the catch. We're not in the money yet, so how exciting can this be? Not only are we going to watch these final 7 battle out to see a champion, crown a champion, and see $640,000 up top, but we will also burst the money bubble. I am David Tuckman, Brent Hanks alongside me as we look at our final 7 players.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Good morning, Brent.
Two of these guys going to go home brokenhearted without a dollar in their pocket, Tuck. It's a sad time.
Yeah. I think at least 2 of these players don't have pockets, Brent.
The struggle is real. Let's face it, a $50,000 buy-in to play this PLO event. And it's Ivey's world. We're all just living in it. This is his 5th final table. Perhaps even his 6th final table over the last 8 days. He's unstoppable in Northern Cyprus.
Yeah, another player who's, of course, unstoppable. It is the Bosnian bandit, Ali Imserovic, the leader in the PokerGo Tour standings, just continues to pad that lead. And it's Ivey Imserovic heads up in this one. Top 2 for Imserovic. Ivey with bottom 2. Neither player with a spade in their hand. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for event number 4 of the 2022 Super High Roller Series. We are in Northern Cyprus. Thank you so much for joining us. Some familiar names at this PLO final table. Ivey Imserovic, as we mentioned. Elis Parsonen from Finland, fantastic PLO player. Thomas Ribeiro from Portugal. And the player you and I alluded to yesterday, Mr. PLO right now, he just flew in from the States, Dylan Weissman, who seems to final table every PLO. You can just pencil him in your chart right away. He is going to make every PLO final table at every event this entire year.
Enters the field, he's almost guaranteed to final table. The kid is truly remarkable at this game. And you can see Ali gets the better of Phil Ivey. Start this final table.
Yeah, Imserovic came into this final table as our chip leader. PLO, for a guy, by the way, PLO not really his game. But when something's not Ali's game, he's still phenomenal at it. This is his 2nd PLO final table this week.
Yeah, he figures games out quickly. Reminds me of, well, the other phenom at this table, a guy by the name of Phil Ivey. So driven to compete, able to apply a ton of pressure, Ali. He's going to take that tournament experience, that resume, and understand just the dynamics at play. Who to attack, who to pressure, how to control pots. That hand a moment ago was a great example of that in position against Ivey. Kept it small post-flop, had the best hand, got the showdown, showed the winner. And here's one of our short stacks right here. That was not Dylan Weissman. That is Dylan Weissman. And that's Dylan a pretty hand to hit the muck.
Yeah, Weissman's looking sharp right away. PLO certainly not my best game, so I'm just going to put it out there. Anything Dylan Weissman does is the right play.
Yeah, the 9-7-6-5 double suited. I mean, cash games, you're in that pot all day. However, in an ICM situation where we are very much on the bubble, top 5 getting paid, we have 7 that are remaining. That hand, in the muck, stay out of harm's way. He's trying to lock up a payday here, Tuck.
Yeah, you wonder if that is the equivalent of like a small suited connector and no limit hold'em, which is super pretty when you're 100 big blinds deep in a cash game. But when you're 30 big blinds deep, you know, maybe you stay away from a hand like that, especially at a final table where ICM is so important.
Yanni
They're
limped in.
yeah,
with
that's a
very
look at
pretty one. Ace, Queen, Jack, 3 double suited, and Ribeiro's the one doing the potting, so he is committing quite a substantial portion of his stack to this pot with a much worse hand. He's got the live king ball. Here we go.
Ribeiro came in as our short stack, and unfortunately for Ribeiro, this is not a flop he is going to like. And Yanni Jokamainen from Finland all over it with trip jacks. Jokamainen, Ribeiro. Heads up here. How about quads? If you're new to PLO, very simple. You get 4 cards. You must, absolutely must use 2 in your hand, 3 from the board.
There are so many J's involved here, Tuck. Yanni Jokamainen's got 2 J's in his name. There's jacks all over the board. What is happening?
Yeah.
Can I have a mineral water, please?
I mean, you've really, really got to be wary when you're playing against a guy whose initials are JJ when there's 3 J's on the board. I mean,
yeah, he's always got it.
He just does. Now, keep in mind, when there's trips on the board, you must have a pair in your hand to have a full house. Ribeiro does not have that.
All in. Call.
Oh, my gosh.
And oops.
And that's how he's going home.
Yeah.
You
know that you like it. You go out with a Fury. He was the raiser pre-flop. He was the aggressor. He blocks kings and queens. He didn't get 3-bet pre. Probably thinking to himself, you know what? I can block kings or queens. I can rep that hand, and that's how I would play that hand. So I'm going to move all in here, try to get him off maybe a small pair or certainly an ace high type hand. And unfortunately, he walked into Mr. JJ, Yanni Jokamainen's jack, and he is now our chip leader with 1.3 million.
Yeah, what a well-played hand by Yanni. Limps in with
I started with 6.
Very pretty one. Just calls, pre-flop, makes quads, checks on all 3 streets, Tuck. Just sets the trap to perfection.
Yeah, he understood.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Something in that spot that I think a lot of players kind of forget. He just, he knew how many chips his opponent had, and he realized that he didn't need all 3 streets to get his opponent's chips. He just needed 1. And, yeah, to your point, he played that hand absolutely perfect, and he is now our chip leader. He and the man on his left, Ali Imsurovic, just neck and neck for the chip lead, and we are on the stone-cold bubble. The next elimination will take home nothing. And if somehow you can survive the 5th, you'll earn yourself $112,000. Big bubble.
And a big hand here for Elis. Couple of kings. He's got hearts cooking. Queen high.
150.
I'm real curious to see if Ali is looking to peel with the 7-4-4-3. Is it? Certainly is going to get back around to him.
And look at Weissman. Weissman just looked at Queen 9-8 and just didn't even bat an eye.
Yeah.
He is very much in.
All right.
Yeah, and he is very much in. He's got a cash mode right now. He understands ICM so well.
So I guess you guys had some good matches.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here. I want to thank you all for joining us. The beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus, our host for the Triton Series and here for the Super High Roller Series.
Do you ever use your time bigs?
Sure. Sometimes.
I'm trying to get better at using them. I think I've used like 2 last 6 tournaments I've played.
Tom Vogelsang, who won event number 1, the 25k PLO, made a run in this one. He finished in 12th, though. The Mullet, Chris Brewer, finished in 15th. Stephen Chidwick finished in 10th. Daniel DeVoris, 9th. And as you all saw, Tomas Ribeiro from Portugal, eliminated in 7th place.
Sounds good.
Yanni pretty wide open there. King, Jack 7-4, Jack 7 of clubs. That is simply under the gun sort of tournament leverage. Not much of a hand, but extremely effective during this bubble situation. Let me read you what Daniel Negreanu put out on Twitter, Tuck. Phil Ivey this week, 4th, 387,000. 5th, 179,000. 1st, 1.17 million and change. 2nd, 504,000. That is 4 final tables in 6 days. We've been friends for over 20 years, and I'm always so happy to see him crushing. Imagine if he plays the WSOP this year. That was 1 day ago. Negreanu tweeted that. Prior to this 5th final table over the last week in Northern Cyprus for Ivey, it is safe to say Ivey is back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I mean, there's no questioning his talent, and it's just a matter of his motivation, and we see it here. He's just absolutely crushing in Northern Cyprus and continues to do so. He's got some chips as well. Weissman just folded the queen, queen, jack 9 with a suit in the cutoff.
Yeah, that is...
No, sorry, on the button.
It's button fold with that sort of hand. You know, could he have limped? Yes. Could he have raised? Sure. No matter what he did, he was absolutely going to be putting chips in play with either of those decisions. Instead, he opts for the tight fold. You can see he would have flopped top set, but he's up against equity. Somehow Jokamainen has top 2.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many queens and 9s are in this deck, but apparently enough for Jokamainen to hit top 2. Ivey, as you mentioned, open-ended. Now Jokamainen with a set of 5s. Man, I tell you, if Dylan had limped in, this could have been an enormous hand.
Well, he was getting a full double up for sure. You can see sort of him watching the hands, but you understand the fold pre-flop. He simply is just going to fold everything except for probably aces to try and make sure he cashes this event. It's a 6-figure payday.
Yeah, I mean, if you're folding queen, queen, 9-8 with a suit on the button, I imagine you're folding everything. And Ivey went for it on 1 without a club in his hand. He just lets that one go. Does not go for the straight. Players definitely playing it a little bit more cautiously right now. As you might expect, we are on the stone cold bubble. Again, the next elimination will take home 0, nada, nothing. And somehow you can survive that. It's $112,000. That's how big this bubble is.
Jack Long in chat says, Ivey won any of the 5? He did. I don't remember exactly what event it was. I think it may have been the 2nd event, but he got a first place for over $1 million as part of the Triton Series. He's just been crushing. 1st, 2nd, 4th, and a 5th, and whatever he gets here today.
I want to welcome those of you who are watching us on the Luxon Pay YouTube channel and the Merit Poker YouTube channel. We'll be following the Poker Go YouTube channel chat if you want to converse with us, if you have anything to say, if you have any questions. And if you are watching on the Poker Go YouTube channel, please hit that like button, give us a thumbs up. And if you have not done so yet, subscribe. We are at 248,000 subscribers, so we are very quickly approaching 250,000 subscribers. I would love to do that on my watch this week.
Yeah, just do it. Do it for Tuck. Click subscribe now. It's going to get a huge bonus if we hit 250,000 subscribers.
I am?
On the YouTube channel. That's, well, yeah, didn't you say you were going to get a box of donuts from Poker?
Yeah. I love donuts.
A huge bonus, yeah. Dunkin' Donuts.
Love, yeah. My favorite. Nobody with much of
Ali
anything
knows a thing
here.
or two about blockers. He's got 2 8s in his hand. Rainbow board right now. Let's see if he goes after this pot. Here he comes. He's going to try and represent 9-8. And Ilas Parsonen. His kings have just shriveled up. We can see it's the best hand, but good luck finding a way to win the pot when you're facing a near pot-sized bet from the Bosnian bandit, the Phenom. He's probably just going to show the 2 8s. There it is.
You show 2 8s?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a really interesting situation, dynamic developing at this table with 2 players with the vast majority of the chips. Ivey healthy, but a distant third, and then a few short stacks. You kind of expect the chip leaders just to get pretty fat right now over the next, half hour, 45 minutes until we lose somebody. Good morning to those of you who are just waking up. Good evening to those of you on the other side of the world, wherever you might be. Thank you for joining us here at the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe in Northern Cyprus. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. There is a look at Ayakov Onuchin, the Russian.
And the Russian is our short stack with 320,000 chips. He is doing a lot of folding, as is Dylan Weissman. And here are our 2 chip leaders. They are not folding. They're here to play ball.
I mean, the interesting thing about PLO, and we mentioned this in short deck, and we all know this from PLO, it's been around a lot longer, equities run close. So just avoiding conflict, avoiding confrontation, probably the best course of action for the short stacks if they can. 2 chip leaders battling on this one. King high flop.
Yeah, top 2 for Ali. Gutter and top pair, backdoor clubs for Yanni. Both players content with keeping it small.
And Ali now with 3 pair. Jokamainen with the flush draw.
He's got a jack in his hand. He's got a good one if he did want to semi-bluff this turn. As Queen Jack would make the nuts. He will take the equity straight to the dome. Try and peel a puppy paw, nobody home. See if Ali goes for a little value on the river with aces and kings. Unlikely to get called by Jokamainen's hand.
Jokamainen, one of 2 Finns at this table. They know how to play PLO in those Scandinavian countries, don't they?
They certainly do. You can see this line by Ali has Jokamainen very curious, as he does have a jack in his hand. Perhaps considering making a bit of a bluff, although you question, would Ali even lay down top 2? Nice play. The best hand just wins.
One of poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back. With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Fonamo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or
I would
foul?
always say foul in an icky moral way.
fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Mikita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negreanu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense. Bet in the dark would be sick. Neither makes sense.
Like throw out 15K, that'd be sick.
15, just bet 5 in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So what we got to do here is put one blue chip in. Go ahead.
5-9.
I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. He's a oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So
I can't ask
the next to break.
It is the next turn. Okay. In the event that we break.
Against the rules. Rules.
Dad's weighs his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine, 16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this frickin' flop.
Daniel calls. No Daniel under the gun here. Kind of repping a pair. He can have some of the stuff like this, but does have some big pairs here given this line. And
wow.
In she comes.
And Negreanu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the 4-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negreanu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now?
It's a great hand.
10 seconds.
We see.
Yeah, buddy.
It's a little under a 3-to-1 dog running into the absolute disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
9s full on the end
the turn
for Mikita.
Brought it away.
The turn and
the river brings it back in. And yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Mikita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ellie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's true. You had some very
pretty good cards. Good cards.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
60?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn.
Yep.
I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ali,
what did you bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. Well, none of that matters. You either got it or you don't. Question is, what could you have that?
10 seconds.
It is under the gun 1.
Full house makes
Guarding
a lot
the
of
positions.
sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see. 7s or 8s? 7s or 6s? 6s or 7s. You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho-hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have, though? Raise me on that flop. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. Weird.
Caesar Deering.
10 seconds.
Does he come with this?
I still haven't made up my mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with the second time extension.
Why not?
So, I raised, that was the button, so I was under the gun here. So you don't have. Budyakovsky, good player. Good player. If you bet less, I would have paid a long time ago. Now,
60 into 47.
I'm gonna try to win, like you said. I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use two of those.
10 seconds.
See Jacob is playing fairly easy.
What?
140.
And we're back. Right on time. As we can see, Onochin all in with a couple kings. Well, at least committed for 140 of his 300,000. I'm sure of it. Suited jacks looking to burst the bubble here. And how about this flop? He's got the flush draw, the pair, the gutter. Remaining jack is also live. And the Russian gonna need to fade. A plethora of outs for Ali Amshurovich. Otherwise,
nice sweat.
Onochin is going home with $0.
Okay, but ace, no?
No. You're not dead.
Massive bubble spot here.
Against him? Against him.
$112,000 for the top five. It's a safe turn. One more card to come. Ali's going to need any jack. One remains. 8, 7, 6, or a diamond. It's a 7 of diamonds. That'll do it. The bubble has burst.
It really is nice being on your team for the run good.
Ali,
if there's anyone that I sweat, if there's anyone that I want to have on the side of a
1.7 million, and we are now in the money.
Over pretty much
all
anyone.
Players guaranteed 6 figures, $112,000 for fifth, all the way up through first place. First place today taking home more than $640,000. Take a look at that payout scale right there. Thomas Ribeiro, Ayakov Onochin. They go home with zilch, zero, nada, out the door. Perhaps they will jump in today's high roller, the Super High Roller Series. We're at the Merit Casino Hotel in northern Cyprus. We have found the money. Thank you all for joining us on YouTube. I am Brent Hanks, joined by David Tuckman. Phil Ivey, that's right, the headlines are correct. His fifth final table in 8 days. All eyes certainly on Ivey and all eyes on our chip leader, Ali Amshurovich. She comes into the pot, Queen, 5-4. Dylan Weissman, considered by many to be the best pot limit Omaha player. Well, really in the world.
Less fun now. No, this is great.
So
I get to
well
call
studied. Remarkably talented. He made some huge folds on the bubble in order to lock up this payday. Gut shot now for Weissman. Backdoor diamonds. Ali slightly out in front with a couple of queens. You can see it was a coin flip at the moment. Now queens substantially out in front. However, it is Weissman doing the betting. And he's going to pick up the pot. Beautiful stuff, Dylan Weissman.
You know what I was thinking that hand?
Welcome back.
Why did I just teach you that? It's very rare that it happens like immediately afterwards. Yeah. We don't have to.
And if you're just tuning in, great timing. We're all in the money. The bubble has burst. Phil Ivey still here, thriving. Five-handed. Our chip leader, Ali Amshurovich, known for his no-limit hold'em prowess. Well, not today. It's 4 cards in a dream for the Bosnian bandit. He can play everything oh so well. Give him a pile of chips and look out. Yeah, I would say so, Tuck. I mean, wouldn't you fly out there? You'd fly anywhere in the world if you were guaranteed a 6-figure payday, right? Hey, just get on this plane, come to this hotel, and we're going to pay you, at a minimum, $112,000. Yeah, you're in. Listen, I'm getting a green light for $12. You know, I don't need the 100,000, the 112,000. If I'm getting $12 profit, I've got the green light. I'm able to make that trip. Well, no, you're exactly right. You're not getting me in trouble. I mean, it's any excuse to get me out of here. I'm worthless at home. Yeah, nice run out here for Ivey's 2 kings. And Tuck, it's come to my attention via the chat that I believe you were muted this entire time. You've been talking, and only I can hear you. The folks at home cannot.
Awesome. That was my best commentary ever, too.
You did a great job, guys. You missed
That was some of the
outstanding coverage by David Tuckman there a moment ago.
Yeah, Franco, Frosted Sun, Wheatcroft. That was the best. That's all I got. That was the best I've ever done in my entire life. Perfect time for a Poker Go Hold'em promo. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now in the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to PokerGoHold'em.com. Best part of that, Brent, is everybody's just hearing your half the conversation.
Yeah, and I'm responding to you. They're like, what is this guy talking about? $12? His wife? What?
Yeah. 5, 9, 5, or 6.
Well, okay. We do hope that all the hiccups are out of the way. Power outage at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Even a hotel as fantastic as that is not immune to electrical outages. Hopefully that hiccup is out of the way and we can just get down to the business of watching some pot limit Omaha. The beautiful game. The 4-card game that we have in front of us. There's the Finn, Elis Parsonen. 2 Finns among our final 5. 2 Finns, 2 players from the States, and 1 Bosnian bandit. Stark contrast from yesterday when we had 9 different countries represented among our last 9 players. Blef Life says Tuckman's pay will be docked. Hey, the muting was not on me.
Well, it's kind of hard to dock pay when it's unpaid to begin with, right? I mean, it's
good point. Exactly. Am I losing donuts?
Donuts have gone short. What a spot here for Jokamainen. King, 10-10. And a couple of other pretty hands have been distributed. Ivey flatted the open. Ace, Queen, 8-7. He's got the hearts covered. Weissman's got the diamonds covered. Ace, King, Queen, 6. That's a very tough fold to make, and a good one at that. Beautiful stuff by Yanni Jokamainen. Both players are going to get out of harm's way. Always nice to drag a pot uncontested.
Yeah, the power of the chip lead and the power of having a big hand as well. And the Finn, Yanni Jokamainen takes that one down. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. Again, we do apologize for the electrical outage. Everything's sorted out now. We've got poker, and we're going to stay here until we crown a champion. $640,000 up top. The remaining 5 players all guaranteed $112,000. Kind of fun that we got to see the bubble burst.
Oh, we did, and dramatic fashion at that. Ali Amshurovich cracking the kings of Onochin. The Russian headed out the door with $0. Weissman again going to try it with the ace, king, queen. He does have hearts this time. And I believe he came in with another raise to 25,000. Those greens are worth 25K. And that's he just calls the 25,000. That's employing a limping strategy.
Parsonen wearing the Triton sweatshirt. It's a sharp look. I like it. Ace, king, jack, 2 clubs out there. Nobody with queen 10 here. Weissman's got 1 queen. Parsonen's got a flush draw. He's got the 10 as well. Weissman with top 2 as the best hand right now.
I don't think Parsonen is going to go anywhere with a flush draw. You are a little bit concerned about the jack-high flush draw being present, also the queen-high flush draw having you notched. We've got a gutter. We've got a couple of clubs. He is our short stack at the moment.
Right. Flips in the quarter. Pot's 150,000. An absolute brick. There aren't many bricks in PLO, but that's one of them. 3 of the hearts. Changes absolutely
How much
nothing.
do you have exactly, please?
Weissman getting the count.
350.
355, thank you.
If there's not a Dylan Weissman fan club, I think I might start one.
Well, now it's official. He's got a fan club, Tuck, and you're it.
This hand might be over right now.
That's such a
As you
brutal
mentioned,
sizing for Parson and Stack. He's handcuffed, right? He's only got 355,000 behind. Weissman essentially committing him.
I mean, he's got the nuts if it's a, you know, an offsuit queen, but, you know, outside of that, he doesn't know if he's up against a bigger club draw.
After, if you decide to unregister, I can unregister for you. For your field is already done because we did it already.
Sorry, one thing about this.
Yeah.
I can't make out what he's saying.
I think talking to the players about registering them for the next event.
I don't love a discount that much.
Ivy wants to get in there.
No.
Ali wants to get in there. Perhaps Yanni. You heard Dylan. He declined today's further action. You can find out what's happening over at the Super High Roller Series inside the Marriott Royal Casino. Head on over to pgt.com, click on live reporting, and you will see the updates of event number 5 happening right now on the outskirts. That is a $50,000 buy-in short deck event. That action just kicked off as 13 players began that tournament. The nature with short deck for a lot of these guys, late reg. Come in late. Ton of variance, ton of gamble in that game. When it's all said and done, that will have
Ollie, how much you have?
very likely more than 50 runners.
Yeah, the next couple of events, basically, we're going no limit hold'em, we're going PLO, no limit hold'em, short deck, and just going through that gamut. Those 3 games are being played. I'm not sure if Weissman is going to play. He's not a no limit hold'em player, and he'll profess to that. He'll say it himself. I don't know if he'll play short deck or not for these stakes. We've got one more PLO. Yeah, we've got one more PLO event after this. And he might just be here for the PLO.
I think the kid is that good and believes in his game that much that he flew out there just for the pot limit Omaha.
Which is pretty crazy when you think about it. That's only 3 events total.
And just quickly gives up 2 kings there. Terrible texture for his hand.
This table's so big.
Loving the music, loving the vibes here in Northern Cyprus as we take a look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Ali Amsurovic pacing the field as our chip leader with 1.525 million. Yanni Jokamainen, the Finn on 1.38 million. Ivy just having an absolute legendary week. The legend is having a legendary week. 935,000. Dylan Weissman 620, and the other Finn at this final table, Elis Parsonen, rounding out our final table with 340,000. Onuchin, the Russian, was our official bubble boy. Did not make the money. You're watching the Super High Roller Series Europe. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman, calling the action. I see you in the chat. For those of you joining us at Luxon Pay or Merit Poker YouTube channel, welcome. If you're on the Poker Go YouTube channel, I see in the chat LeBron James Harden, GME, Nico, Time Traveler Poker, NPD, Scott, Dean C, Error Eliminator. Thanks so much. We'll be here until we crown a champion, and maybe, just maybe, beyond. We'll see.
And Elis has a pretty hand on the button. Queen 9-8-5 clubs. He's going to go ahead and pot it. I think this hand is probably good enough to where he would consider gambling, getting the rest of it in. Gets through everybody. He's just going to pick it up now, up over 400,000. George Focus in the chat. How many in the money? Well, you're looking at it, George. All 5 of these guys are in the money. Only 5 spots paid. $112,000 for fifth. $640,000 up top for first place.
Are you going to play the short deck? I might. I'm worse at short deck than I am at PLO. What about you? No shot?
No, never tried.
Me neither, but maybe.
Is there a short deck PLO?
No.
That is a thing.
Is that a thing?
Yeah,
it's a thing. It's not a good game.
It's played in Vegas like a decent amount.
Oh, yeah?
It used to be played more.
Yeah.
Not as much anymore. It's not. I don't like it as a game.
I've never played, but
I think it's very meh.
Yeah.
You played, Phil?
I have on an airplane once.
Oh, sorry. How's the field spin?
That makes a lot of sense.
Better than Nolan?
It's the perfect time for
it. The no limits are actually really good. I think the no limits are better than the short decks. Like the 50k and 100k during Triton was the best 200k I ever played.
Here comes the crowd. They're roaring. They know he's involved. Tuck.
Short deck, I can't even tell you. Like,
that's what the 50, like the 25 and the 50k PLOs of the World Series. That's what that is.
Yeah,
they're just so good.
Heard the players discussing whether they were going to play short deck or not. Ollie mentioning that he's worse at short deck than he is PLO. So not sure if he was going to fire that one. Parsonen said he is not going to play it. And they were talking about there's a short deck PLO, which is spread in Vegas. Dylan was saying that it's a pretty bad game, though.
You play like a decent amount of no limit, right?
Yeah, I don't really know what makes a game good or bad as far as, you know, Dylan is
when I go to Vegas or
alluding to. But I've heard rumors, Tuck, of short deck PLO going off in Vegas.
But you played a 25k no
winning
limit.
and losing 7 figures in a span of a few hours. I know they went off for a little while.
Like the only PLO guy that does.
I enjoy no limit tournaments specifically. Yeah. No limit cash I think is very boring.
I hate no limit cash, but I mean no limit tournaments are fun ones.
I'm just not good enough to give you, like, I just be giving you too much of my money to play them.
Call here by Ivy. Picks him off. Remember, you must play your top 2 cards. Ace Queen is essentially what he called with. Beautiful for Ivy.
Misha, we're gonna let you choose your table.
Yeah, another player with a pair in their hand. Ivy's ace queen, good. Very good call there from the Hall of Famer. I know that's the man that most of you who were up early this morning are here for.
Way tougher than the 100k here. Like way
tougher. With the 300k chips, 100k straight, and you have 2 options for the new. It works for 100k extra. 40 minutes will be the blind. Following the Super Roller World Europe Series regulars, you have a 10 minutes break.
How often they run those 25k scenario?
Very often.
Yeah.
Every month there's like basically on average like 3 25ks, 2 10ks.
Yeah. How many runners do they get there?
If it's a series, like the 10ks will get like 90, 80, 25ks will get like 55, 60. If it's not a series, then 10ks get like 35, 40, 25 is like 25.
Some good talk at the table. And if the table is talking, Brent and I will do our best to kind of lay out so you can hear them.
Ali, the poster boy for the PGT. You can hear him advertising the high rollers that are happening inside the Poker Grove studio. I believe Elis Parsonen was inquiring about the turnouts. They do pretty much play every single month. 10Ks and 25K no limit events. Yanni here limped in with the 2 aces blind on blind. Was hoping to possibly limp pot and instead.
Yeah, I've only had the privilege to play at the PokerGo Studios once, but it is quite the place. I'm thinking if you could start spreading some more 2-5, 5-5 games, that would really that would work out for
then
me.
you're in?
Yeah.
Sure.
Maybe even 5-10.
Oh, no, that's great use of the studio space, honestly. Let put a little 1-3 game in there.
Yokomainen. Gonna bet here.
Nice value bet.
Yeah.
With the aces. Likely to get looked up. Ali's got a qualifier with a couple of eights. Bit of a bluff catcher. Imagine if he turns this into a bluff. That would be something else.
He's just gonna hit the muck. Let it go. Nice fold.
That's a good fold, yeah.
Yokomainen with a pile of chips, but the gentleman on his left has slightly more, so that's always an interesting dynamic to watch at these final tables. And 3 games being played here in Northern Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. We've got short deck, no deuces, 3s, 4s, or 5s in your deck. It's a 36-card deck. We've got PLO. And we've got no limit hold'em. Dylan Weissman flew out specifically to play PLO. And true to his form, he has made another PLO final table. Kyra Ross. Let's go, Ivy. Let's go, Ivy. Let's go, Ivy. There he is. Ivy on just under 1 million chips. He is currently 3rd out of 5.
You got like 700? More.
I got 900 more.
Thanks.
I did already.
Elas, he's got nutted clubs, ace-10 of clubs, and some wheel cards. Getting an all-right price, facing a 3x open by Ivy. A little defense from the small blind by Ali.
Yeah, there's the call. We'll see this one 3 ways. Pot's 250,000. Parsonen with just 305,000. So just slightly more than what is in the pot. And an interesting flop. All diamonds out there. Ivy
he flops
with
wheel.
the jack-high
Ivy,
flush.
He's got him pipped.
Yeah, I saw those babies, and I thought it was good for Parsonen, and still I saw that they were all diamonds.
And a further
Ivy,
diamond is going to make it more difficult now for Parsonen. Having that straight, he may consider betting. If he does check, I wouldn't imagine he is check folding. He's probably going to have to check call.
Yeah, and Ivy's going to check 2 streets here. And even more diamonds. Just diamonds galore. And Parsonen does have 1 diamond.
Yeah, well, he's got a straight flush if you're allowed to use 1 card, Tuck, but not here today. You got to use 2.
Yeah.
And PLO, so it's
Holly thought about it.
About to bet, yeah. See if Parsonen does. If he bets here, it's for straight value with a wheel.
Well, with the and by the way, having the 4 diamonds in this hand, it's very difficult for him to get raised. That's the one thing.
It is. He's just going to lose 100,000 chips here. Ivy, I can't fathom is folding the jack-high flush.
No, never. Especially, I mean, keep in mind, Ivy raised pre-flop and then checked twice. Ivy realizing he's only going to get 1 straight, and he waited to the river to get it. And Ivy now up to 1.2 million. The Hall of Famer just continues to add to his pile. Will he win his second tournament in Northern Cyprus? He's already climbed into the top 3 in the PGT standings. Take a look at our leaderboard. Ivy on 1.2, Yanni on 1.3, Ali on 1.4. Elis Parsonen is our short stack with 205,000. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action at the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. This is all culminating April 13th, 14th, and 15th. We've got our $250,000 buy-in Super High Roller Bowl. You don't want to miss a second of that. That is going to be intense and a lot of fun for sure.
Every time the Super High Roller Bowl happens in or around the European regions, the turnouts are quite large, Tuck. We're expecting a ton of folks to play in the $250,000 Super High Roller Bowl.
Is that also unlimited re-entry?
I believe it's a single re-entry in the 250K. I'll have to relook at the structure. But with, with the Triton regulars combined with the Americans that come out here to play, you're looking at a 50-plus player field that all put up $250,000.
130 behind.
130 behind. Thank you.
Parsonen has raised 75,000, Dillon with Kings. We got the Aces versus Kings, classic confrontation, and Weissman is going to go with it.
That's not good.
And he's going to see the bad news.
Oh, no.
What?
He doesn't have a suit either.
At least you don't have a king. I'm going to channel my inner Ali. 4s are really good cards. I have the 4 of diamonds, you got 3 diamonds. We'll take a 4.
Give us a threat.
I do.
Something.
I want to
something like 10, 9, 4. That's fair.
Yeah, totally.
10, 9, 4.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Any day.
Let's go.
How do you get ace, ace, ace? That's gnarly.
Parsonen 3-1 favorite, which is hard to do, by the way, in PLO. Be that much of a favorite before the flop.
Not sweat.
And not even a sweat here. Parsonen now up to 90% to win this.
Exactly.
4 or jack, maybe?
I'll take a king too. Nope. Dos mas.
And Weissman needs a king on the river. Otherwise, Parsonen will double up, and Weissman will be down to 300,000.
I'll take a king too.
Ooh.
How much?
Feels so weird in PLO for a guy to have no outs.
5.
205?
2, 5.
I looked down at 2 kings. I was like, what?
Weissman now becomes our short stack after the Parsonen double up.
Oh, did you grab there now? 375.
How much?
375. Yep.
We continue on five-handed. Dylan Weissman now our short stack, as you mentioned.
Okay, you're the only person that couldn't kill me, so.
Is that a golf ball on Yanni's stack?
I think so. Yanni's a big golfer. He's wearing a golf hat as well. I think he loves to play. I have a feeling he gambles out on the course too, Tuck. He's our kind of golfer.
I think that's a safe bet. The golf ball, not a recommended card protector. Does a terrible job.
No,
you put it on your cards, it rolls around. It's no good.
Yeah. For me, I'm just strictly using the golf ball to try and throw it off someone's forehead in the event of a bad beat. That's
Call.
Maybe that's what Yanni's going to do as well.
Well, that's, you know what? Reason number 23 to stay awake and watch this.
Yeah, well, listen, Ivy puts a bad beat on me and I've got a golf ball right there. I'm pegging it right off of his forehead, Tuck. Just going to drill him. I'm not scared.
8-8-4. Well, there's the 4 that Weissman wanted last hand. Unfortunately, it never came.
Check.
And this time he doesn't have a 4. Ivey's got a 4. He's got a gut shot. He's got 6s. 3-1 favorite to win this hand, and he is going to check it back. 10 on the turn, and suddenly Weissman now open-ended. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hands. They have those little red time cards. They can ask for more time if they need it. It's been a pleasure, though. Very rarely have players use too much time. And it seems like every time they do take their time, it's in a very appropriate spot.
See Ivey double-gutted here. Gave Weissman stack a quick glance. He's going to take the price to peel. He also thinks that maybe there's a world in which he does have the best hand. However, he's going to have to face, I believe, another shell on this river. Weissman with just jack high. Have to imagine he's going to turn this clearly into a bluff.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the worst hands he'll show up at the river with.
He's going to try to earn it. Here it comes.
Yeah, it looks like about a pot. Yeah, pot-size bet here.
And covers the mouth for the first time. A little physical discomfort for Weissman, perhaps, whenever you're bluffing Phil Ivey.
You always wonder about these physical tells when you're playing pros because they could just as easily be the reverse tell, right?
Yeah, this doesn't look like a reverse tell to me. We haven't seen Weissman do the whole scarf to the face, squeeze the nostrils closed approach. Ivey knows that something's going on here. Weissman either has the nuts or he's got absolutely nothing.
Yeah,
Great
tough spot though
bluff
for
by Dylan Weissman.
Yeah, tough spot for Ivey. Ivey just doesn't have much at all. Just 6s. Ivey thought about it, but eventually does muck. Took slightly more than 30 seconds with that river fold. And you can see him eyeing up Dylan Weissman.
Is it King 8?
I mean, as crazy as it might seem, Dylan could theoretically have been bluffing with a better hand than the 6s Ivey had.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, right.
King 8 felt reasonable.
See, Ali asking him if he had King 8.
A lot of bad cards.
On the river?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I have an 8. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Sometimes it's your turn.
If I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Sometimes it's your time. King, Jack, Jack 10. No suits, though.
Dylan's been limping in these spots. Let's see if he does it again to just try and see a flop in position with King, Jack, Jack 10 off of this awkward short stack. Instead, he's going to go for the pot.
Raise 9. Pass.
For those of you who are here to watch Ivey, he is solidly above 1 million chips right now. He is currently in 3rd place among our 5 players. Everybody's cashed. They're all locked in for at least $112,000.
Are you staying for the next PLO?
I think so. That's my plan, but most likely.
How do you think it's going to be?
When is the next PLO?
2 days.
What is it? I think it's going to be worse than this one.
I think it's going to be worse also. I don't know if it's going to be a 25 or a 50, though. We have to ask Carey.
Same day as the 215 element, right?
It is.
Yeah, definitely worse then.
Yeah, for sure.
Won't have me in there.
See, that joke gets worse and worse the more final tables you make.
Gets better and better the worse I play.
That's true.
That's interesting that they're running a 50k PLO up against day one of the 250k no limit main event. I think these guys are right. That tournament's going to have a difficult time running. Wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't go off at all.
Yeah, these super high roller series, you know, there's a decent player pool there, and you know, they're getting some good turnout and good numbers, but I'm not sure if there are enough numbers to support 2 tournaments at the same time like that, right?
Oh, you're out there to play the 250k main event.
Here finally, or like
no limit hold'em players. Even if you busted on day one, are you really going to hop in a 25k or 50k PLO event after busting the main? I mean, I know some of these guys are sick, but I'd set the line at 2.5 people that would follow that route.
Yeah, my gut tells me I don't think Dylan's going to play the 250K, so he's there for PLO.
It's going to be Dylan Weissman versus Elis Parsonen for the 50K in 2 days. It's going to be heads up. They'll get 2 people.
Yeah, there's a lot of value in that one, though.
Oh, yeah. Nice spot.
Dylan limps.
Nice catch.
That was strong.
That was strong.
Dylan's done a good job of laddering up. He was our short stack for a brief moment there, and he has been able to kind of work his way back into 4th place.
Yeah,
Parsonen with ace-king. Yeah, he's got ace-8, sorry, top and bottom. Weissman with a bit of a wrap going on.
40.
He does have a bit of a wrap. Parsonen clearly concerned about the draw-heavy texture of this board. It's awfully dynamic. Plentiful wraps, flush draws alike. Aces and 8s are very vulnerable. Check call. Let's take a look at the turn.
Diamonds get there. Weissman's got the jack of diamonds.
A very interesting spot for both players. Have to imagine if Weissman found a bet somehow here, which he doesn't, he will check back. Parsonen likely would have kicked his hand into the muck. Now, again, another diamond tuck.
Weissman certainly could check back a flush on the turn. You wonder if the 4th diamond makes it less likely for him to bluff at it. We saw Ivey just a few hands ago check back the jack-high flush a couple of times, knowing he's not going to get 3 streets of value, or even 2. So Weissman could have a flush here and check back the turn. And that's the story he's telling. And another Weissman bluff gets through.
Beautiful. Tuck, you mentioned it a moment ago. His ability to just continue to get back into this. He's been accumulating after doubling up. Elis Parsonen, he's about, I think he's right back to where he was where he started the final table. Just
yeah, he's basically doubled up. Basically doubled up since he doubled up Parsonen. And he hasn't made a hand yet. Mark L says this is exciting. This is as exciting as it gets. Yeah, Phil Ivey at another final table here in northern Cyprus. Ivey's back, baby. Ivey is back. Ali Imsurovic is going to raise. Not sure he's going to get any action here.
In a matter of 8 days, Phil Ivey at his 5th final table, he has managed to win roughly $2.2 million, not including today's results, depending on where he finishes up. But not only does he have a chance today, and I'm going to pull up the leaderboard, the PGT leaderboard. Ali Imsurovic is #1 right now. Keep in mind also, Ali Imsurovic is your defending 2021 Player of the Year for the PGT. Right now, Phil Ivey has 1,341 points on the leaderboard. Ali, who's in first, has 1,589 points. There is a world in which if Ivey were to win this or take second and Ali bowed out in 5th or 4th, that Ivey could jump Ali Imsurovic and take the top spot on the PGT leaderboard. That is remarkable, Tuck, considering that the only events he has played that would qualify have all happened here at the Triton and Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. Incredible.
Well, Ivey's going to take a small one there. He's on 1.2 million chips, and this run this week in Northern Cyprus, reminiscent of, I want to say, 2012, when he had 5 final tables in 8 days at the World Series of Poker. And that is certainly something that could happen this summer. All indications are that Ivey's back.
Yeah, he's certainly back. And everything I've heard from some of his closer friends, from Daniel Negreanu, from Nick Schulman, Phil Ivey, not only is he back as far as playing a lot of poker, but mentally and physically, he's in the best shape of his career and of his life. He's been working on both aspects of his life. Yeah, he really does.
Ali raising with the ace, 6 spades, pocket kings as well. Weissman's going to call. Double suited, ace 9, 7, 6. Ivey gets out of the way. Pot is 185,000. Ooh. And Yanni Jokamainen. He's got queens. Going to flick it in as well.
Yeah, flick it in. Do a little honey hunting.
Yeah. Pot now 220,000. 10-4-3, 2 diamonds out there. Jokamainen with bottom 2. Nobody with diamonds here. Imsurovic is going to bet. Imsurovic does have the king of diamonds in his hand. Players are going to go on a break in just a minute. And we do apologize for the frequent breaks. The first one was because of the power outage. This is a scheduled break. Well, the 2 chip leaders battling here. Eight of hearts. Changes nothing. Yanni, who we're looking at here, in the lead. A 4-1 favorite if he gets a showdown.
$225.
Wow. And Ali does fire again.
Painful. I have the best hand right now for sure, but
I wanted to get to that turn. Rather than straight flush draw.
a lot of bad cards for me.
Ollie telling lies as we head to a break. He did not have the best hand right there, but he takes the pot. Take a look at our leaderboard. Ollie is our chip leader with 1.6 million players going on a quick 10-minute break. We will as well. Back with more action at the Super High Roller Series after this.
List of champions is long.
Brian Rast is the first ever Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Christoph is our 2017 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
What a deserving victor. Hi, Caxton. Bravo.
Tonight, the best in the world try to add their name to that list to be a champion of one of the most prestigious events there is, the Super High Roller Bowl. A $300,000 buy-in 2021 edition is next.
And BK, 14 big, 7-7. Do we have fold equity? Let's see. Perhaps it goes in now, Ollie.
All in.
Yep.
Curious to see how Brewer handles this. Man, I think we have to action gamble, but oof.
Yeah, Klein's ace-10.
It's like 130, right? 138.
Disinterested.
After the prerequisite Hollywood of sorts from Solver, looks like he's out. What does Brewer do here against the 14 BB Jam? He's just in. We do what needs to be done. Heads, tails.
And we don't necessarily do it because we think King-Queen is in good shape, but we feel the price is right. And now Kenny will spin the wheel with an edge in equity. Best hand going to the flop. Can he hold?
Well, a massive situation for both men.
Yeah. Shortest and second shortest stack at the table.
The cruel nature of poker upon us, although these are short stacks who again have to gamble, but it is now up to the deck to decide.
Thank you.
Oh. Brutality.
I'll pair the board, dealer. A little sweat. Can we get a board pair?
King or a queen, perhaps, for opportunities?
Right, there you go.
Oh,
it's never easy with BK, but
there is the queen, and now 3 outs for Bryn Kenny. He needs a king and a king alone to chop it up here. Is it there?
Good game, guys.
No.
Good game, Bryn.
Good game, sir, BK.
Our first casualty here at the final table. Meanwhile, Bill Klein is open to 45,000. Michael Adamo looks down at 2 queens, which have been somewhat omnipresent here.
35.
Up we go. I think within both Foxen and Bonomo's right, by the way, to take a bit of issue with the fact that at least 200,000 in chips were kind of hidden from view in the original configuration and Sean's stack there.
Fair enough, the chips need to be visible. Awkward spot for Klein.
Adamo second in chips. Klein first.
Perhaps we respect the nature of the chip situation, although Klein might have big ideas. Ace-Jack off is a big ideas kind of hand as far as bluffing is concerned.
We will end at the end of the level, or we done the final?
Look at this, Ollie.
Okay. Whichever comes first. Bluff me. 95.
Kind of clickback territory?
I doubt you have
Or no, meatier than that, huh?
Meatier than a clickback, and for Adamo, we saw in a semi-similar spot, Bonomo went with the just call here. See what Mike comes with shortly.
This is a big flop for me.
Well, we watched Bonomo against Adamo flat a 4-bet in position with 2 queens and ultimately be forced to fold. Adamo also
maybe a 6-7.
going to flat.
That's a straight.
It's true.
Klein has now bloated this pot to 640,000.
You knew it was one of the two.
Thought you had a 6 in your hand. I was getting a 6-5.
And he's flopped a jack on the Jack 10-7 board, Nick. Trouble awaits.
Well, 640 out there. Let's just kind of see how this one plays out, Ollie.
Super savage if I called it. Just show me a fucking 9. I'd be sad.
Probably can bet like king 5.
Maybe.
I believe that's 200K just south of third. Highly awkward territory for Adamo, but an overpair nonetheless. And as we touched on before, he's
that much.
been pushing Klein around a little bit, he might think.
This is not the time, though, in this spot, is it? Big stack against the second biggest stack.
No, I'm not saying that, but when we're trying to assess the relative strength of our queen-queen, some of the meta, a million out there, Ollie. What a situation this is, and the rest of the table should probably stop talking. Really tough card for Klein there.
Yeah, the 7 doesn't rate to be involved with Adamo's range. And now he has himself Jackson 7s with an ace kicker.
That's about the most brutal card in the world for Klein. It never hits Adamo and is something of a brick. Looks like he's counting out 300-ish, perhaps a stack counting of sorts.
$350, I believe.
I think you're right, Ollie. It is 350.
Third pot. Still developing.
Queens are concerned, Ollie. Adamo's concerned, but we're going to see a river worth just tons of actual money, EV-wise.
Now that Klein's been called pre-flop, on the flop, and on this turn, which puts 4 to a straight out there.
Oh, and he does put it in, Ollie. And
2 10s, 2 jacks, 2 kings, 2 aces.
wow. You very well said, Ollie. Kings and aces, we don't know if we're in Adamo's seats, but that's 6 combinations of boats. Another 12 combos of those over pairs that might not take this line.
What did Adamo ask?
Would you jam aces here? And then he said, probably. This is very intense. Time bank's coming.
Welcome to the blender.
Truer words never spoken, my friend. Ten seconds remain. Oh, and he does pay it off. And Adamo just continues to get it done. Wow.
Klein.
Oh, my God.
Will live, but with the faintest of pulses. 3.4. Up top, along with the ring. 1-9 in second, and that $1 million membrane.
Oh, yeah.
Seemingly impregnable, but with Brewer sitting on 11 bigs, it could happen at any moment. Nick, blinds at 15 and 30,000.
My defense is impenetrable. My style is impregnable.
I agree, which is why I didn't
It's Iron Mike, baby.
I mean, I didn't take 6.
Tyson?
Correct.
I'm just saying, like, in this field,
The sweet science.
Gets
Never
no more
far from
intense.
Honestly, like, I could have
Gets
just
no
marked-
more intense than this,
Probably
Ollie.
they wouldn't have got the cut in time.
No, I mean, it's fine. I just won't be in, like,
Blinds up to 30K now.
all the game.
Is Bonomo considering big boy moves right here? He
Well,
is
not
putting
just
them in
considering,
with the suited
executing.
10, so note the bubble application of
Break hand?
pressure from Justin here with 10-4 suited.
Oh, and Brewer wakes up with a nice queen.
right away.
Flip of my life.
And a 10 in the muck already, narrowing Bonomo's
I win this one after the ace-king.
winning prospects.
Well, as Brewer said, the biggest flip of his life. Winter with a massive sweat as well. Two to 1 favorite on $1 million bubble, Ali. This is the real deal.
695 in the middle.
Ace, queen, queen.
Welcome back to Northern Cyprus. We are here at the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Absolutely gorgeous outside and very intense inside, where 5 players remain in event number 4, the $50,000 PLO final table. There's a look at our final 5. Elis Parsonen, the Finn. Our short stack with 330,000. Dylan Weissman, the PLO expert, in 4th. And they're all chasing Ali Msurovic and Phil Ivey, who are atop the leaderboard. Ali, who will admit PLO's not his game, just continues to make PLO final table after PLO final table. I am David Tuckman, Brent Hanks, alongside me as we look at the GG Poker results. Ayakab Onuchin, the Russian, our bubble boy, Thomas Ribeiro, made the final table, but could not cash either. And the remaining 5 players all guaranteed $112,000, $640,000 up top.
You mentioned Ali, not a PLO player. He's been poking fun at himself, but the reality is he's one of the best tournament players
50k PLO
in the world.
be really
He's
nice
found a
golfing
way
day
to
for
make it work for him.
Not sure about that.
Nope. Yeah, right before we went to break, that last hand, I thought it was interesting. It was a 10-4-3, 2 diamonds, and then an 8 of hearts on the turn. So 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, I believe. 10-8-4-3 out there.
1-6-1-5, I believe.
And Ali bet the kings, and he said, I know I have the best hand now, but I got to fade a lot. And in fact, he did not have the best hand. That man right there, Yanni Jokamainen, actually folded bottom 2.
And I think Ali was being genuine and believing that his kings were the best hand.
Absolutely. And frankly, he probably just didn't think, his opponent's going to have 4-3 there very often. And probably assumed that he wasn't getting a better hand to fold anyway.
Right.
So look at Dylan Weissman, very active on Twitter. He's a coach. He is part PLO wizard, part yoga instructor. He's got a little bit of Lucky Chewy in him, I think.
Yeah, that's very fair. A man of the earth. Chewy used to drive around in a Harry and the Hendersons, or what's the other movie? The Chevy Chase holiday vacation sort of station wagon.
Oh yeah,
the boat wagon, if you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, Chewy drove that, and it didn't run off gasoline. It ran off vegetable oil. That's true.
Did he? I mean, did it go fast?
Oh no. I don't think it was about speed, really, Tuck. It was
chugged along at 23 miles an hour.
Yeah, and he'd stop, and this is all true. And he'd stop at a fast food restaurant, McDonald's, Burger King, and he'd ask for their old grease, their old vegetable oil to fuel that sucker.
That's hysterical.
Anyway.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Jack 10-7, 2 diamonds out there. Aces are in the lead. Not a great flop for Ivey, but he does have the best of it by a long margin. Ivey's got the ace of spades.
Check.
Ivey checking it back a second time. Ivey now with trip tens. Again, he's got the ace of spades as well. So while he doesn't have a great hand per se, he's going to win this one for sure.
Check. So down.
You're very balanced in here. Do with the nuts.
Michael Fermani, by the way, confirms you can run a diesel engine off of used vegetable oil. I got to try that.
Yeah, you have a diesel engine vehicle, Tuck?
No, but I want to get one because I just want to try this. I think this is pretty cool.
Uh-huh. Well.
I feel like maybe I could like build a little go-kart or something.
I think Chewy has graduated to the Tesla now. No longer has the vegetable oil mobile.
Hmm. Yanni double suited. Got a pretty hand here. King, Jack, 10-8. Raised to 80,000. No action for the Finn. Plenty of action for us, though. Phil Ivey, Ali Imsurovic, Dylan Weissman, Elis Parsonen making his second final table this week. Ivey making his fifth. Ali just, I think Ali's got to be paying rent, right? I mean, he just permanently lives the final table.
It's remarkable, right? It just shows up.
Before I went to bed last night,
lead.
Just before I went to bed, I was just reading the reports over on pgt.com, and I was reading the live reporting, and I saw Ali Imsurovic, chip leader. Again? Really? How does he do it? Well, Yanni likely to raise two hands in a row. But instead, he actually limps with the aces. And pretty good aces at that, by the way. Ace, ace, queen, 10 with one suit.
Yeah, he's got a monster of a hand.
Ivey's got him covered, and Ivey's content to see a flop. King, Jack, 5.
Check.
Jokamainen. A lot going on here. He's got the straight draws. He's got the aces. Very much in the lead. And as you can see in the bottom left corner of your screen, he will win this if it goes to showdown 87% of the time.
Call.
Ivey check calls.
Check.
And there's the ace. Jokamainen makes it straight and has a set of aces just in case the board pairs. Ivey cannot win this hand. Oh, was Ivey thinking of something? No, he lets it go. Beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus, the host of all the events this week and last. We'll be here through mid-April. April 13th, 14th, and 15th are the dates of the Super High Roller Bowl. 250K gets you into that one. And you can catch all the action here. Mark from Connecticut says hello, commentators. Hello, chat pros. Well, hello to you, Mark from Connecticut.
Mark.
Andre Tomas says, where's Jason Koon? Can't believe he's not final tabling today. Yeah, there's another player who's been real hot. Koon, back-to-back third-place finishes. You can bet Jason Koon will be firing the 50K short deck. He's in there mixing it up. Ace high flop, 2 clubs out there.
Check.
Check, check. Third club out there. Pan Halt says, time to go to work. Literally, for me. Well, Pan, you can, I mean, unless you're operating a moving vehicle, hopefully, maybe you can watch this while you're at work. Jason McDonald says, today is my 50th birthday. Loving the action. Watching from the couch.
Wow.
Well, happy birthday, Jason.
Happy birthday.
Jimmy Bluffett in the chat. What's up, Jimmy? Says, who was everybody rooting for today? Ivy Weissman or Ollie? I'll tell you, the Elis Parsonen fans.
Yanni?
I know.
Elis.
Yeah. Might have a couple of fans of the Finns in the chat. Jokamainen trying the limp game. And Surovic going to put a little bit of pressure on from the big blind. Blind on blind here. And Jokamainen just gives it up. Players playing a little bit carefully right now.
Ace Jack 10, big game.
That was suited.
That was only suited.
If you want to play careful, if you want to play aggressive, you can play it your way, anyway, on the Poker Go Hold'em app. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker. It is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com. Brian Hanks, by the way, is the voice of that app and that game, so check it out now.
Free to play. Get in there. Gamble it up.
Or play it like a nit. I mean, it's up to you. You do it your way. You get your chips back yet?
Nothing. I have 0 chips.
Still no chips.
No chips. Can't even play my own game. Pathetic.
No, no.
Andre Tomas noticing that this was a 25,000.
No, put your cards in
Oh
the
yeah,
box.
just flip them over. Like doesn't even matter, right?
Flipping them backwards.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, maybe I'm actually okay with you getting a walk.
I had a king and a deuce in my hand too. Feels good.
How do you get a walk? All right, my turn.
You probably won't get a walk.
Take a look at the GG Poker results here. You'll notice it's 50K. Andre Tomas in the chat asking, was the upgrade, was the buy-in upgraded? Yes, it was. Brent was mentioning this yesterday. 50K seems to be the sweet spot for a lot of these super high roller players, and they made this 25K PLO a 50K. Got 32 entries, 5 cashed, and we're looking at our final 5. All of them guaranteed $112,000. Dylan Weissman was tweeting earlier today. This is his biggest buy-in event. So he said, not bad for my first 50K. Not bad at all.
You didn't like that, Dylan?
No. The fact that I'm not dead yet and he's not dead yet is unreal.
I like you guys. Want to keep you guys around. You know?
You do. That's actually that. Yeah, we appreciate it.
Jokamainen raising it up. We can't see his 4th card. Weissman in the big blind. Thinking about playing defense. He's only got 365,000 chips. But he is going to call this. Pot now 205,000. And Jack's still very much in the lead.
Did you get it exactly? Yeah, that's good enough. Thanks.
315.
Jokamainen, best 55,000 into 205. Weissman, not with much going on. He's got some backdoor stuff, but he only has 315,000 chips. See if he wants to conserve that. Whoa. And he's going to go all in.
Wow, with the 5 in his hand, I suppose, Tuck, just a pure bluff candidate. Obviously, the gut shot with the ace-5 combo. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, really not much going on there. Like you said, he's got the gut shot to the wheel, had some backdoor equity, but that was a lot of gamble from Dylan Weissman, who, despite playing his first 50K, is showing no fear whatsoever. Is that just a case of his big blind defense range is going to have a lot more 5-6s in there on the 7-4-3 board? He's just
I think so. I think that's exactly right.
Nope.
He had a perfect hand to do it with, clearly. He felt like Yanni could absolutely be bet folding a variety of pairs on that sort of texture. This kid lives and breathes pot limit Omaha.
Yeah.
Understands the intricacies of the game perhaps better than anybody.
Yeah, that was an interesting spot, just the flop favoring his range. And then realizing also if he does get called, he's certainly not drawing dead. He probably had somewhere in the neighborhood of 35, 30, somewhere around that, 35% equity. Weissman limping in, Ivey raising from the big blind.
Raise pot.
Oh my. Limp pot now from Weissman with just ace, queen, 8-3, one suit. Ivey's got a pretty nice hand, maybe to consider peeling should we try to connect and bust an opponent.
These guys are 50-50. If one of them can get the other one to fold, and obviously Weissman's not going anywhere now, it's a huge win, and Ivey's going to call.
Yeah.
We'll take this to the streets. Pot's 570. Ivey's got two suits, but we can see that only one of them is alive. And this is essentially a coin flip. Jack 9-7.
Oh no.
That is
Ivey.
all Ivey.
Flop straight.
It is, but this is basically a flip. 54-46.
Wow. Low cards.
Weissman is technically ahead right now with ace queen.
Percentage-wise, Ivey a slight favorite, as you can see.
This pot's 1.2 million.
This pot is weird. And
Yeah,
I love
Four.
it.
Four of diamond. Four of diamond. That's beautiful.
Four would be quite a way to go out.
I don't want that. But if it comes a four, that's my. Pay the board also. Pay the board also.
Weissman's tournament life on the line. It is a four.
Wow.
Ivey now a
What is that
massive
there? Ace?
favorite.
If it is.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Only an ace, right?
Yeah.
Yes, only an ace.
Good game, man.
That is not an ace, my friends.
Be live, ladies.
Dylan Weissman has been eliminated in 5th place. Not bad for his first 50K. He does cash. He'll take home $112,000.
Yeah.
Got into a coin flip with the legend, Phil Ivey. And now Phil Ivey's got all of his chips. And Ivey,
Not even the club.
I believe, is now our chip leader with 4 remaining.
Ivey. The fans go wild. Talk 4 remain. Ivey up top and a ton of money on the line. Look at those payouts. Ooh.
Pretty crazy how Weissman Ivey got it all in on the flop. They were basically 50-50. Ivey a slight favorite, and then just an offsuit 4 changes everything, and now Ivey's a 90% favorite. Does eliminate Dylan Weissman in 5th place. The remaining 4 players all guaranteed $176,000.
Got a million?
A million, yeah.
Hats off to Elis Parsonen, by the way. He has managed to parlay this short stack into a $176,000 payday at a minimum.
Yeah, interesting choices by Weissman, and I'd love to talk to him about that. I've had him in the commentary booth many times. He's a really, really talented poker player. I love the way his brain works. I'm curious because he played it so conservatively to cash, but then he played really, really aggressive in the face of a $64,000 pay jump. I mean, the difference between 5th and 4th, $64K. So I think it's really strange, and I'm curious what his thought process was to play it so conservatively on that initial $112,000 bubble, but then play so aggressively when they were five-handed. I don't even know if I have an opinion on it. I'm really just curious what his thought process was.
No, it just seemed like on the surface, he was clearly going to do everything it took to get into the money, and then once he reached the money, the gloves came off, and he started, sort of swinging for the fences, playing for the win. His bust-out hand was unusual, certainly a high-variance approach. To your point, stone opposite to what he was trying to do prior to cashing.
We lose Dylan Weissman, but what a Final Four we've got here. Parsonen, Jokamainen,
to be honest, I feel pretty good.
Ali Imsurovic, and that man right there, the Hall of Famer. Phil Ivey are not only looking for his second title this week in Northern Cyprus, the Hall of Famer is threatening to overtake Ali's lead in the PGT standings.
That's possible, right? Yeah, definitely possible.
I think in order for that to happen, Ivey would have to win, and Ali would need to get fourth place here. Haven't exactly run the math, Tuck, but
seems about right.
Long story short, Ali and Ivey are very likely to be 1 and 2 on the PGT leaderboard no matter what happens here today. So we are looking at our top 2 players on the tour of the 2022 campaign, all of which, results-wise, everything that Ivey has put on his resume has happened here at the Merit Royal Casino in Northern Cyprus as a part of the Triton Series and now the Super High Roller Series. His 5th final table in a short span of only 8 days.
Brent, I just want to point something out to you.
160?
As I look at my watch and I look down at my calendar, it's April 11th.
165 total.
2022. And Phil Ivey has just made his 5th final table in, I don't know, 8-9 days.
I'm just going to call.
And
so slow.
He's second in the PG Tour leading leaderboard. It's 2022.
I know, right? In the solver era, the sweet science of solvers. Ali Imsurovic certainly run a number of sims in his days, and you've got Phil Ivey, the legend himself, just out here kicking ass and taking names, Tuck.
For the gentleman who turned 50 today, and for many of us who have been around poker for a long time, even when we were younger, we all became enamored. We all fell in love with Phil Ivey 20 years ago, pretty much.
Sucks. I got a gutter.
Me too.
With 2 pair.
Parsonen's all in. Parsonen's all in, and he is in bad shape. 3-1 dog as we go to the turn. Parsonen right now looking for a jack, hoping to pick up some more outs.
Yeah. Should I have limped or raised that hand?
A jack would give him Broadway. Pot is 360,000. Parsonen all in. Six of hearts. Ali now a 90% favorite. Parsonen looking for a jack and only a jack with 1 card to come. Elias Parsonen also having a great week, making his 2nd final table. Can he get lucky here and survive? No, not going to happen. And he exits in 4th place. He'll earn himself $176,000 for his efforts. And then there were 3.
Plus you in back-to-back PLO tournaments.
Ollie's just having fun with it, huh?
Better than a PLO, right?
He is. He's loving it. He knows it's not his game. It's not his wheelhouse, but he's out here putting on a show. We've reached the podium now. Every player guaranteed more than $250,000.
Msirovic very aware of how good Elias Parsonen is as he puts the dig in there. 2 PLO tournaments. I've eliminated you in both of them. Both at the final table, by the way. And yes, we are at our final 3. All 3 players guaranteed over $250,000, $640,000, and a beautiful trophy goes to the victor. The Bosnian Bandit.
Your button, right?
Yeah.
Jokamainen from Finland and the Hall of Famer Phil Ivey. Battling for it all. And yes, with that, by the way, no matter how this finishes out, Msirovic will still be in the lead for the Poker Go Tour, and Ivey will be in second.
20-minute levels for heads up.
Oh.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Ivey with a nice little wrap going on here at the 4-5-6. Does not have a heart in his hand, but we know he's got a lot of heart, period. See how he plays this one. Msirovic bets. Ivey calls. Heart likely disconcerting for both players. Ivey checks. Check, check. And Ivey gets there. Don't know what Msirovic's 4th card is, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's insignificant. Ivey cannot lose this pot unless Msirovic tries to bluff him.
Ivey up over 2 million chips now, and Msirovic down to 1.6 million. A lot of play left right here, by the way. I mean, we had a couple of shorties, and now that they have fallen by the wayside, we've got 3 players in there, and we've got a lot of play. You get a chance to watch the Masters yesterday?
A chance. Oh, I watched the whole thing. Talking incredible.
I kind of wanted Scheffler to 6-putt. I kind of wanted him to sit. Once he missed the first couple of putts, I wanted him to 6-putt and win.
Well, that would have been awfully sick and twisted. What a way to go out.
6, little under.
Lose the Masters. You got a 5-putt to win. It was dramatic. It had its moments. Now I'm looking around. What do we watch now? We got hockey and baseball. I guess the NBA playoffs are right around the corner.
Go a lot to watch still, and certainly here.
Boy,
we're going to watch this 10-6-6 flop. Well, there's a lot of play in this, but coolers still happen, and this is certainly one of them. Jokamainen with trip 6s, 2 diamonds out there. Ollie with top full house. Check, bet, call. Pot now just about 300,000. Jokamainen now at the full house.
A disaster for Jokamainen. He does have 2%. Why? Well, he can make another 6 for quads. Otherwise, Ali is going to win. It's likely to be a rather large pot.
Yeah. Jokamainen can lose to pocket 10s. He loses to 10-6, and that's it. Ollie building a pot. And why not? Call there
Right
from
now,
Yanni.
Ali knows that his opponent has at least a 6 right now. He's going to get max value, a brutal river. Or Yokomainen, you just have to pay him the money at this point, Tuck.
Question I have for you is, if Ali bets pot here, is 6-5 just a bluff catcher? I mean, would Ali value bet pot here worse than 6-5?
Unlikely. Yeah, I think it's one of those spots where you probably just have to call. You can see the grimace from Yokomainen.
Yeah. Oh, he's got the golf ball in his hands. There's the call. And look, you see it. You saw the grimace. You see the shake of the head. And you see just the resign, like, well, I can't fold a hand this good, but I know there's a really good chance that I'm beat. Every one of those thoughts. This is just a bluff catcher. My hand is too good. I can't fold, but this sucks. I mean, no other way to say it.
Yeah.
That is an absolute cooler. And Ali Imserovic, now our chip leader, and Yanni Yokomainen from Finland on fumes.
We are what looks to be moments away from an Ali Imserovic versus Phil Ivey heads up, who are now 1 and 2 on the PGT leaderboard. What a moment for this game.
And I think, you know, when you think of poker and you want to think of the faces of the game, the iconic faces of the game of yesteryear, and certainly Ivey is still not just relevant, but, you know, an enormous face in the name. But you think of the game that we grew up with and the game, the faces of today, there might not be a better representative of both sides of it. Ivey and Imserovic. It's great.
You're exactly right. Ali sort of the new guard, Ivey of the old guard, although wildly talented, and still Ivey, as we remember. And here we go. Yokomainen now all in for the rest of it.
Yeah, and he's behind here. It's about
he's in really bad shape.
Yeah, he's got 34% equity, which is pretty bad pre-flop in PLO. But yeah, he just shares all the same cards pretty much. Does have spades though. Ace, 10, 7, 2 hearts out there.
Nuts. So
Queen of hearts.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And Ali, yeah. Ali with the nuts now.
Jack of spades.
They're looking for a chop, and it's not going to happen.
It's a pleasure.
Third place
So we take
for
a
Yanni Yokomainen, who was at times during this final table our chip leader, but he is on the bad end of an absolute cooler. He'll take home $256,000 for his troubles, and we are heads up. Phil Ivey, Ali Imserovic. They're playing for $224,000 when we come back. Don't go anywhere. Heads up action here at the Super High Roller Series. Ivey going for the title.
One of the richest poker tournaments of all time. One of the toughest fields ever assembled. $500,000 to enter. No tournament has ever changed the landscape of poker overnight. Until until now.
I like tough competition and lots of money.
You're really getting only the best of the best.
You're forced to play at a high level.
That's going to be awesome for the game of poker.
The 2015 Super High Roller Bowl. Game on.
It's time to see more fireworks.
That's what it is. I'm not certain.
10,000, 20,000 with a 2,000 ante. Scott Seaver with ace-queen offsuit under the gun, and he raises it up.
More play.
Negreanu next act has jacks. He could play this a couple ways. He decides to just call, which is very in tune with his style.
This is the famous Negreanu small ball.
Absolutely. Anytime he's not quite sure where he's at, he loves to call, and then he'll play after the flop. He's very comfortable playing after the flop, and he has position here, so he's got a lot of good reasons to just call.
It passes over to Kim in the big blind. Ace-7 offsuit. And we've seen him defend this sort of hand here before.
Yeah, he keeps getting great prices out of the big blind. He has hands that have some equity, and he's making good defends. Unfortunately here, he's dominated in a bad way, but normally this would be a pretty standard call.
Ace-6 queen. Top pair for Kim, but top 2 for Seaver.
This is a bit of a tricky flop for Dong.
Scott bets 65,000. And a laydown by Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah, terrible flop for pocket jacks, and because he just called pre-flop, Daniel lost the absolute minimum there. And this is going to be a call here for Dong. There's no way he can fold a hand of this strength, and he'll reassess on the turn.
Oh, well, the 7 on the turn is a great card for Scott, as Kim now has a worse 2 pair than him. Kim checks.
Yeah, that's an absolutely terrible card for Dong. He's going to be putting a lot of chips in the pot now.
Scott is really good at finding the right bet size. He bets 175,000.
Yeah, it's a good size, and now Dong has to decide whether he's just going to call or if he's going to raise on the turn. Obviously, his hand is very strong and he's ahead of a lot of hands. He has to worry that if he does raise, he folds out hands the Seaver could have, like ace-jack or ace-10 that he's beating. So I think what he wants to do is just call, and then if he does raise, it would be on the river.
Kim calls. And the river is the 10 of clubs. Kim checks, and it's over to Scott Seaver, who now has to find the right bet size to get the maximum value here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what size he goes with. That'll probably be dictated by what he thinks of Dong's range. And for Dong, this is going to be a really tough spot. He has one of the stronger hands that he can get to the river with, but at the same time, Scott has a lot of value hands that beat him here when he bets. Scott can have ace-queen, he can have queens, he can have aces, he can have sixes. If he had a backdoor flush draw, he would have gotten there.
And even King-Jack made it on the river, so there are a ton of hands in Scott's range that actually beat aces and sevens here.
Scott makes it 375,000.
Call.
And a really quick call from Kim.
Huh. I guess Dong just decided that his hand was too strong to possibly fold.
Jason is one of those players who works really hard on keeping a good poker life balance. He spends a lot of time outdoors, he works out, and you might not know this, but he is actually a really solid country swing dancer. But back to his poker moves. He has Queen Jack of Diamonds on the button and is facing a raise from Brandon Stephen with Queen 10 of Hearts. He calls.
Yeah, great hand to call with. He's got position. He can hit flops really hard with this hand.
And it's over now to Max Altergott in the big blind. 8-10 offsuit, and he also calls. This is the first time we've seen Max here on the Super High Roller Bowl so far.
And it looks like first time's the charm. He flops a straight, Jason flops top 2, and Brandon flops top pair in a straight draw and is somehow way behind. And Brandon checks his hand despite having the pre-flop initiative. And I like this check with this particular hand a lot.
Action on Jason Koon. He's picking up chips.
Yeah, Jason's going to want to bet, and he's going to want to bet big. He has a very strong hand, but it's vulnerable to a lot of draws, and he wants to protect it. Unfortunately for him, Max has already made this straight, and it's going to be very difficult to get away from this.
How much did you start to have?
I think 650.
Max is reaching for chips, and he raises it to 230,000. Action on Brandon Steven. He finds himself in a pretty tough spot here. He liked his hand a lot before all of that action, and he does lay it down.
Yeah, and thanks to Brandon's nice check, he actually gets away without losing any chips after the flop. Now, when Jason pulls his chips back like that, that means he's either calling or raising. And it looks like he might just call, which is pretty interesting because it's for a big chunk of his stack. I would have to imagine that Jason's plan is to call and to get it in on any blank turn.
Well, the 6 of spades on the turn is not a blank.
No, it's not a blank at all. It completes the flush draw, which he had to be concerned about on the flop. And also, if Max has something like Jack 9, he's probably going to slow down on this card.
All in.
It's an all-in from Max. Big decision for Jason.
That hand's not very good, is it? It's not a very good hand. Doesn't really hit that board very well.
Good discipline fold by Jason.
Tom Marchese is under the gun with ace-king offsuit. He raises to 72,000.
It's got to be the first time he's ever folded king straight. Yeah. Folded him in 8 seconds, probably.
Seaver with king-jack offsuit.
It's a good hand, but it's not doing that well versus Tom's under the gun opening range. I would imagine that Seaver either folds or 3-bets this particular hand. And it looks like he is choosing the 3-bet here. Brandon really wanted to get in there with the Jack 10 suited. Such a pretty hand.
Back over to Tom Marchese now.
And Tom decides to just call here, and I like this a lot. He knows that the type of bluffs that Scott would have, he usually dominates, so he wants to keep those hands in. And also, he doesn't really want to re-raise and get it in before the flop. He's not doing that well versus the range of hands that Scott would actually get all in with him.
Well, ace-3-9, and that's a flop that you want to see with ace-king.
Great flop for Marchese. This is the type of board that he can withstand a couple streets of pressure easily, so he's very happy that he just called pre-flop when this sort of board comes down.
Seaver fires into this pot.
And Scott chooses to go the smaller sizing, and I like this a lot. He's just trying to fold out stuff like pocket sixes or king-queen. He knows that Tom's not folding an ace to any size, so he just chooses a smaller size, and it gets the job done. Unfortunately, he's run into a really big hand.
Queen on the turn. Seaver now with a straight draw and a flush draw.
Yeah, that was one of the better cards for Scott to see. He picked up a lot of equity, and it'll be interesting to see how he plays this on the turn.
Marchese checks. Scott checks back. The 8 of diamonds on the river. Scott now has the flush.
Wow, that's brutal for Marchese. He had the hand all but locked up on the flop. And he has to imagine that Scott barrels some of his hands that have 1 diamond in it, so he might even find a hero call in the river if Scott value bets.
Pot of 743,000. Scott Seaver reaching for chips. He puts out a bet of 300,000.
This has got to make Marchese a little bit sick. On the one hand, his hand has shrunk a lot in size. But on the other hand, Seaver's line looks a bit like he bluffed on the flop, decided to give up on the turn, and then the 4th diamond made out in the river, and he was like, oh, I could get away with the bluff again.
Marchese rechecking his cards, and that king is still not a diamond. And he finds the correct fold.
Yeah, these guys are both just too good.
So Brian Rast has raised 10s from early position. David Peters with aces in the big blind.
Jack 10's ahead, right? Slightly ahead of up to which pair?
And he just calls. This is a really sneaky call, and I really like it. He's going to be calling out of the big blind a lot, so.
Well, he'll be glad he played it that slow and kept the pot small because, boom, Rast outflops him and hits a set.
Terrible flop for Peters. There's no way he's folding, but.
He's checked it over to Rast, and Rast bets 140,000.
And I can't imagine David does anything here but call. His hand isn't strong enough to raise anymore, and he definitely can't fold.
He does just call. Oof, well, if that was a scary flop, it just got worse with a 7 on the turn. It puts a 4 straight on board. It would be really tough to be confident with a pair here, even a pair of aces.
Not only that, but Peters knows that he can have a lot of jack type of hands when he calls out of the big blind. So his hand is actually weaker than the type of hands that he's expected to have here.
Well, Peters checks it over, and Rast is undeterred. He fires again.
Yeah, and despite all of that, Rast bets. And this is going to look pretty strong to David.
Peters does let it go. It's a good-sized pot over to the big stack, Brian Rast.
And by just calling before the flop, David Peters escaped losing a lot more chips.
So David Peters gets his aces cracked, but a nice laydown saves him from losing any more than 9% of his stack. Scott Seaver with ace-9 raises to 200,000 with the 3 shorter stacks behind him.
All in.
All in. Connor Drynan shoves 13 big blinds with a bigger ace.
Easy all in for Connor.
And
Ooh.
Peters picks up kings in the big blind.
Peters is probably not going to fold this one.
He's trying to decide how to get the most for his hand. Peters just calls, clearly trying to entice Scott to stick around.
Peters definitely wants Scott to put more chips in the pot, and calling is probably the best way to do so.
I'm gonna fold, but that's probably not right.
It's definitely right, as he sees when the cards are flipped over.
What did you have, Scott?
Scott being a bit coy about his hand.
I like how Kuznetsov just told Scott what he had in the previous hand. And now Scott's very tight-lipped when it's back on him.
8-5 queen all clubs, and Peters' hand just got even stronger with the flush draw.
Not my flop.
That's a terrible flop for Drynan. He just lost the ace of clubs as an out.
Well, that might be his turn. The 10 gives Drynan an extra out. Only the 10 of diamonds or a non-club ace will save him now, or he is out in 5th.
Oh my god.
Wow. Red 10 on the river. What a card.
And I had the ace of spades also, so you had only...
I figured when you said 2 cards that don't matter, you were just being nice for me.
And I have the... Wow.
The blinds are still at 50,000, 100,000 with a 10,000 ante for the 4 remaining players. Even the short stacks have over 30 big blinds right now. Brian Rast with huge chip lead and King 7 of spades in the small blind raises to 300,000. Scott Seaver in the big blind. Jack 9 offsuit, he just calls. Jack 9-10, and just like that, 2 pair on the flop for Seaver, although Rast does have a double gutter and an overcard. Scott Seaver.
Hello and welcome back to Northern Cyprus. We are here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series. $50,000 pot limit Omaha is down to just 2 inside the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. It is 2 legends of the game. Somebody from 20 years ago, maybe even 25 years ago, Phil Ivey. And of course, a player that represents the game today so well, Ali Amsurovic. Heads up for the title. They're playing for over $200,000 and that beautiful trophy. You couldn't script this
matchup, right?
Yeah. When I looked at the schedule this week and I was preparing and I thought about the players that would be there, this was the matchup that I had hoped we'd see. And I did not think in my wildest dreams it would actually come to fruition, but here we are. Ali Imserovic, our chip leader, Phil Ivey, and they both have chips, so we're going to get some play. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action.
Phil Ivey, you know, his experience, his skill set, he is the better pot limit Omaha player. Ali would tell you that. It's without question. Let's see if Ivey can overcome the phenom. He has been on fire, Ali, that is, eliminating opponent after opponent.
Exactly.
He knows how to put those chips in play. Understands, you know, very common and important characteristics of the game as far as blockers and recognizing equities, understanding the vulnerabilities of certain hands in certain spots.
I had an opportunity during the break to text Dylan Weissman. I wanted to ask him about his strategy before the bubble and then after the bubble burst.
I guess.
Yeah. And he said that it was a 100% a conscious decision to do that. Said the pay jump from 5th to 4th was obviously the pay jump to make the money was huge, but he said the pay jump between 5th and 4th was relatively small. The difference between 4th and 3rd was enormous. So we were going for the gusto.
Yeah, and that makes sense considering what we saw out of Weissman.
He thought maybe that his last hand was a bit of an ICM punt, but that he said it was positive EV for chips, but probably negative EV when it comes to ICM. So he questions the last hand, but he thought he had a lot of opportunities to bluff at the final table and decided to take those. Weissman finished in 5th for $106,000. Sorry, $112,000. Elis Parsonen was in 4th for $176,000. Yanni Jokamainen 3rd for $256,000. The loser of this heads-up battle will take home $416,000, and the winner, that trophy, in $640K. Ivey Imserovic, heads up. It's an above-average flop here for Ivey with top pair and a flush draw. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. They're in northern Cyprus at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Ivey going to bet for value with jacks up. Not going to get any action, though. Brent, I'm going to assume that you have just hours and hours of heads-up PLO experience, right?
Well, Tuck, I'm not even sure I have a single hour of heads-up PLO experience. But, you know, that hand just a second ago, Ivey eking out the thin value with jacks up on that one-liner to a straight board. He's going to see those spots and be able to get value there with those opportunities more so than Ali will. He's really a couple pips higher than Ali as far as skill sets are concerned when it comes to the great game of PLO. Yeah,
I would imagine, and I could be wrong here, but I know from online and live and just through the years playing in those enormous games, the enormous cash games, Ivy probably just has a lot more experience playing heads up.
Yeah, although I'd love to compare resumes. I don't have everything laid out in front of me. Ali has been heads up a ton of times over the last 3-4 years as he's taken the poker world on by storm. I wouldn't be surprised if it's very similar to Ivy's resume.
Yeah, he might be, yeah. I just wonder how many times Ivy has played in a short-handed, high-stakes game that maybe was 5-handed, then it's 3-handed, then he played heads up for a little while to keep the game going, or the game was just good.
Yeah, I got to imagine that's exactly where, again, Ivy's experience, skill set will come into play. Bear with us here. We've got a little bit of a hiccup. Action will resume momentarily.
Yeah, it looks like we are paused.
Good shot of Ali, though, huh? Is that the O face?
Yeah, this is the one that he's really going to be proud of. I think this is going to be his new Twitter profile.
Yeah, just go ahead and screen grab that. We'll turn that into an NFT. Well, that's beautiful.
Really is. We started today's action with 7 players. We very quickly lost Thomas Ribeiro from Portugal in 7th. He did not cash. Ayakov Onuchin from Russia. He finished in 6th. He also did not cash. The bubble was burst. And the remaining 5 players all guaranteed $112,000. The first one to bow out was Dylan Weissman, who recently flew over there just for this. His first ever 50K. He cashed in it. Took home $112,000. Elis Parsonen making his 2nd PLO final table this week. He came in 4th for $176,000. And then, courtesy of an absolute cooler, both players, flop monsters, Yanni's hand. He had a feeling he might be beat, but just a hand that was just too good to fold. And Yanni Jokamainen, he found the door in 3rd place, earned himself over $250,000 richer. And here we are heads up between 2 legends of the game. Phil Ivey, who's been around forever, Hall of Famer, 10 World Series of Poker bracelets. The accolades just go on and on. When you talk about the best of all time, the list begins and ends with Phil Ivey. There are a lot of great players out there through the years, but that list begins and ends with Phil Ivey. Ivey having a legendary week, even for his resume. His 5th final table, looking for his 2nd title here in Northern Cyprus, up against a guy who's just been on absolute fire the last couple of years. He is everything in the poker world right now. Ali Imsirovic, the Bosnian bandit, as you call him.
He's the number 1 player in 2022, and he's the reigning player of the year. The part of the 2021 PGT Tour campaign is concerned. He's been incredible.
It's almost as if, imagine you had some sort of a master setup yesterday where you had Scott Scheffler up against, like a Tiger Woods on a Sunday.
It's great comparison. Yeah, it's exactly right.
Yeah, unfortunately, we did not get that in the Masters, but we have it here at the Super High Roller Series.
Ali, as we're stuck on this chiseled face of his, he has lost nearly 45 pounds over the last 6 to 8 months. He has put a great deal of time and effort into getting into physical shape and conditioning. You look back at some of those older highlights that they'll run during our break time, and you'll see it, just how much weight he has lost. And that's really a true testament of what a majority of, the top tier players are doing. Jason Koon, perhaps
the Jason Koon effect?
Of that pedestal. This is the Jason Koon effect, where, and Koon will tell you, he gives himself credit for what you're seeing unfold for a lot of these high rollers, Phil Ivey included, just getting the body in tip-top shape, getting the mind in tip-top shape. As here we we've resumed action, and Ivey flush draw.
Yeah, we do apologize for the technical difficulties there. I'm going to go on a limb, and somebody just needed to press play, right?
Yeah, that was my bad. This little arrow here, I had to click it.
Come on, Brent. Ivey with a lock on this hand.
Wow.
He is.
He can hit a 6.
Yeah, my bad.
He can hit a 6. Why not?
Ivey with the flush. Donnie Peters in the chat. Good morning, Donnie. We back, and that man is back for sure. And if this past week is any indication, I tell you, the rest of 2022 is going to be a lot of fun. If Phil Ivey is back, I am here to watch.
I don't expect a lot of conversation between these two. Ivey typically not one to talk a great deal. We're just going to have to sit back, enjoy, relax, and watch this show as these two geniuses battle and collide.
Yeah, Ivey has always been, he's just such an amazing presence at the table. He's never been a big talker, but you just can't take your eyes off him.
Huge
that is
wrap here for Ali.
Yeah. Ivey's got a little bit going on, and you can see actually that Ivey's an equity favorite here. 53% despite that huge wrap. See how involved Msirovic wants to get on this one. It's always interesting when somebody does get Ivey to talk. You know, whether it be about sports or whatever. That's always fun.
Ivey picks up a flush draw now to go along with queens. He's got that live 9 and a gut shot as well. Good question from Donnie Peters, the blue wrench in the chat. I wonder how much of Ivey will get at the WSOP. That is the question that everyone continues to ask, and it sounds like we may get quite a bit of Phil Ivey based on conversation yesterday with Nick Petrangelo. Ivey's got his eyes set on the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, he seems like he's having fun again.
For all of us.
It just seems like he's having fun with the game. He's motivated to play. And unless something crazy happens, Ivey is going to win this hand, and he will be our chip leader. So that 700,000 chip. Yeah, I don't see I don't see Ivey folding.
He beats nothing but a bluff, but he's got the sort of hand that you'd want to call with, clearly.
I mean, clubs missed. All the straight draws missed. I don't see how you could fold this. Ivey does make the call, and Ivey, who went into this heads-up battle with a 700,000 chip deficit, now has about a 1.2 million chip edge. 3 million for Ivey, 1.8 million for Msirovic.
Fair. The blind's 20-40.
Oh, we've been playing 15-30 the whole time?
For 10 minutes more than we're supposed to, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, blinds have spiked up, and players didn't know it, so they are going to play 20-40 now. If you were setting a line for the summer, and I'll throw this out to the chat as well, as we do see the blinds up to 20,000, 40,000. Donnie, you're involved in this one. Over under on how many World Series of Poker events Ivey plays this summer. I think he's going to play, and I think he's going to play a lot. And I'm thinking all the 10K pluses he's going to play.
Yeah, and of course, let's not forget about the prop bet element. If anyone puts a bracelet bet together against Ivey, that'll drive him even more to want to continue to play. You mentioned that he seems like he's having fun now, but let's not ignore, sort of the drama that he went through in his life as well with the lawsuits and legal shenanigans. All that seems to be in the past. We get rid of all that. We get rid of all the drama. The headspace is now clear. He can focus on being Phil Ivey, the GOAT.
No. There's no big blind? There's a big blind, right?
Yeah. You're making it 120 total, right? Yeah.
120.
Yeah.
40, 80.
Okay, it's race 120.
Yeah, you made it 120.
Am
You
I-
potted.
am I
No,
missing something?
you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's 40 and 40, right?
Yeah.
And I made it 80 more.
40 answer. 40
For,
big
then he
blind.
made it 80 more.
He called.
120 race.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Made it
120
80.
raise
He
total.
called. Right?
Yeah. It's good. Come on.
Right? I think so.
No, you're right, for sure.
Or totally race 120 or 80.
You meant made it 120.
I made it 120, yeah. Oh, okay. You're asking me which one. Okay. Okay, sorry about that.
124.
A lot of hearts out there, and Ivey with the nuts. Well, I guess not technically the nuts. 6, 7 of hearts would be the nuts, but we're heads up here, so. Ollie open-ended on this 3-heart board. He's just going to toss it in the muck. And it has been all Ivey heads up so far. You see the trophy between the two players?
Ivey. The crowd's going bananas at the Marriott Royal Hotel and Casino, Tuck. I know I can hear them on my end. Just overwhelming at times, the gallery.
Yeah, my wife's a school teacher. She has taught the kids how to clap and applaud without using noise. And that's exactly what they're doing at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in northern Cyprus. Ivey's already picked up one of those.
I was going to say, I don't know if this can be confirmed, but Norman Chad in the YouTube chat says, Brent Hanks on PLO is like Barney Fife on law enforcement. That sounds like a Norman Chad sort of joke to me. If it is you, Norman.
It's definitely Norman.
For joining us. Norman.
It's definitely Norman. Think about
ray
it,
of
Brent.
Sunshine here.
Brent, think about it. Would anybody else in the world pretend to be Norman Chad? Come on.
Unlikely. And I also had to look up Barney Fife. He shows his age when he makes these jokes.
Although I'm shocked
YouTube.
he's
I'm
up
surprised
at
he
6:40
can
in the-
load YouTube.
I'm surprised that he's up at 6:40 in the morning. He's not a morning guy. Hey, if you're going to be up at 6:40 in the morning, can you get your ass in the car and get me some Randy's Donuts, please, buddy?
Yeah, Randy's Donuts. He's probably on a bender. He's been playing the online Stud 8 25-cent, 50-cent game all night. Trying to grind up that dog food money.
Listen, Ivey's a great heads-up player, and he certainly has an edge over Imserovic in this game. I don't think there's any question. But he is picking up some hands. Look at this. And he is connecting as well.
He's going to be a very difficult out. Running great, playing fantastic. Yeah, good luck, Ali. You've met your match.
Yeah, this just reminds me. Remember Jason Mercier's historic run when he made that bet with Vanessa Selps, then he almost got it, and 2 bracelets, and then he was heads up for his third against Ray D and Raz. And you could tell, heads up versus Ray D, and it was just David versus Goliath, and taking nothing away from Jason. But Ray D was in another league. I mean, Ray D just owned him heads up. And this kind of feels the same way. You're talking about 2 legendary players, but I think Ollie's
I didn't even know you could have a a skill advantage in Raz. Is that's a
Oh,
thing?
that's that's most definitely a thing.
Wow.
Yeah, Jason got very unlucky in the world of, getting heads up versus somebody. He got heads up versus somebody who happened to have an experience and skill edge over him, which is hard to do. And Ivey just continues to smash. But Ollie's got a set of sevens here. So this one could get interesting.
Yeah,
got a straight draw. Yeah, we got a straight draw, a flush draw, and a pair for Ivey.
120.
And a set for Ollie. So Ivey with 30% equity as we head to the river. Pot is 360. This is a big river card.
Straight at that. Any deuce, any six, any shovel.
Ooh.
There's the six.
Yeah. Man, Ivey continues to run well.
This is going to be tough for Ali. Yes, we're concerned about 4-5 coming home, but he is, of course, going to pot it. Straight value for Ali, and now we are going to have a major decision on our hands, essentially for our tournament life. We know Ivey has the nuts. Get ready for it.
9-10 back.
Molly.
That's so tough. I mean, how could you bluff? Yeah, I guess you could, but I don't have a good one to call with. Sorry.
Nice fold there from Ollie. That is a top-notch fold. We have been heaping praise on that man right there, and deservedly so. But let's not forget his opponent on the other side. Just right now, the #1 player in the world, Ali Amsurovic, and this is 1-2 in the PGT leaderboard. I mean, that doesn't get much better than this, Brent. What a show!
It certainly is, and you heard Ali mutter, how could you bluff me there? He drilled it, right? Ivey can't really show up with any bluffs in that spot. It would have been absolutely reckless and mind-boggling facing a pot-size river bet by Ali. Ivey just has the goods there 100% of the time.
Would have been pretty sick if Ivey just did that with, the spade draw and fours. But he did have the goods. Good fold by Ali Amsurovic. Ivey now with about a 4.5 to 1 chip advantage. We have not been playing heads up long, and it was Ivey who was actually behind at the start.
That didn't last long. Obviously, it looks like a pretty big flop for Ali.
Yeah, we can't see his fourth card, but this is it's got a flush draw. He had a pair minimum, and now he has made the flush. Ivey makes 2 pair, by the way, with 9s and 5s.
Ivey obviously just sort of policing the situation with that call. Placing a small bet. Ali going to go for it here, max value.
Yeah, Ivey was getting a pretty good price there. Amsurovic only bet 40K on the turn. But Ivey makes the correct fold on the river. Amsurovic finally stops the bleeding for just a moment. He's back up to 1 million chips. The difference between first and second place, a cool $224,000. So I keep bringing up the PokerGo Tour. Brent, tell us a little bit about that, and what is that all about? we're looking at, you know, number 1 and number 2 in the standings right here.
Yeah, so it really comes down to December. The top 21 by December, after following the Poker Masters and the Super High Roller Bowl, which will occur this fall, top 21 will qualify for a $500,000 winner-take-all free roll. That is our PGT Tour Championship. Everything will come down in December, and Phil Ivey at the moment certainly going to qualify for that. Liam Shurovich, as you stated, he is number 1 on the leaderboard, Ivey number 2. So throughout the calendar year, every event, 10K plus buy-in, will count towards the standings of the PGT leaderboard. And you're going to have a battle as players try to accumulate points in order to make sure that they get a piece of the pie. And we're tinkering around with the structure and how it'll be formatted for the top 21. And right now, I think what we're leaning and what we're deciding on is that based on where you finish in the top 21 on the leaderboard will be indicative of your chip count. So let's just use Liam Shurovich. He's number 1 on the leaderboard. Therefore, he would get X number of chips, as opposed to whoever comes in at 21st on the leaderboard. They would get lesser chips. So you're essentially going to be rewarded based on where you end up.
$350,000 in the pot on this one. 765 Rainbow. Msurovic with the edge, equity-wise, is technically behind Ivey's jacks right now. Hits an ace, though. And now with aces up, has his grips on this pot. Ivey drawing dead to a jack.
No.
Yes.
He did that? He hits the 2-outer?
He hits the 2-outer.
And he has to feel really good about, of course, a set of jacks there, considering that Ali checked back the turn. He wouldn't check any straights. This is going to be impossible for Ali to get away from. This jack really doesn't change much. Yes, ace-jack gets there. Oh.
Yeah, that's,
wow.
Yeah, as played, you just think that 2-pair is the nuts there, and not only does Ivey spike his 2-outer, but he gets max value as well.
Oh, that is spooky right there. That is old school Ivey. That's part of the reason that makes him the GOAT. Just able to do those things that most cannot. I mean, he sort of willed that jack on the river. Ali,
it's almost
welcome
unfair.
to Ivey's world, pal.
Yeah, it's almost unfair, and I'll tell you something that is fair, though. It is the Poker Go Hold'em game. Free-to-play online poker, available on your favorite device. Brent Hanks is the voice. You can play against Maria Ho, Antonio Esfandiari, Phil Ivey, Daniel Negreanu. Their avatars are in the game. You can download it on the App Store, Google Play. It is a lot of fun. Check it out.
You said free to play, Tuck. I mean, if Norman Chad is still with us, Norman, that's a game you can beat. Go download Poker Go Hold'em. Get in there, buddy.
I don't know if he can beat it. Let's not get crazy.
Yeah, you're right. Get a little carried away.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. We are in northern Cyprus. The beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Our host.
150? Do we count it?
150.
Ivey's going to raise to 150,000, which is pot. Msurovic makes the call. Msurovic, by the way, down to 300,000 chips.
And he's in a rough spot here. We've got live hearts. Every other card seemingly dead.
Ace 8-7. Talk about denying your opponent equity. This is 50-50. Another ace out there. Ivey's 10, still best.
Check.
Fourth diamond out there. Ollie with nothing. I mean, he has no diamond, and he's just not going to fire at it. He's going to save those last 300,000 chips.
Ivey might be considering a very thin value bet here. He is going to tap the table, but I was watching his eyes just constantly staring Ali up and down. Look how satisfied Ivey looks. Just give me those chips. Give me all of them. Give me the rest, you little whippersnapper. Let me take care of business.
Ali and Servich with and Servich has got a Mount Everest to climb right now. About a 15-1 chip deficit against the Hall of Famer.
Wow.
The writing is on the wall.
Mount Everest. Nobody has climbed Mount Ivy, and that is what Ali is going to need to do here today.
Yeah. You know, it's never over until it's over, but it feels over.
This is frustrating for Ali. He doesn't have a single one of the turquoise chips. Ivey has collected every single one. Those are 25K chips. This thing is just about over. Ivey.
I mean, we have seen, you and I have covered a lot of poker. We've watched a lot of poker. We have seen crazier things happen. We have seen amazing comebacks. But with Ivey's talent and the way he is running right now, this seems like the impossible.
$150 raise. Call.
They're going to go with it. It certainly looks that way. Servich with just 75,000 behind. This pot is 350,000. Basically a coin flip pre-flop. Jack 6-6.
Ivey is live. He's got some tickets that he can win with. Ali gets it in good at the moment. You can see. Here we go.
Nice.
Yeah, smile from both players. They realize neither one of them have anything right now. See the outs in the top of your screen. Ivey looking for a 9 or an 8 right now. He might pick up some more equity on the turn. We'll see how that plays out. 500,000 in there. Ali Servich's very contagious smile. Always having fun, and why not, the way he's been playing the last couple of years. Three of diamonds on the turn, and Ivey's outs remain. Just a 9 or an 8. He just hit a 2-outer. Can he hit a 6-outer? No, he can't.
75.
All right, back in business, Ali.
Yeah, there's still life. The 15-1 chip advantage turns into about an 8.5-1 chip advantage for the Hall of Famer Phil Ivey. Don't know exactly if and when this might end, but if it does end shortly, we'll go on a break and then come back with some short deck Again, the 50k short deck event has begun. So we'll get coverage of that for you a little bit later. I can tell you that Ivy will almost definitely jump right in there, regardless of how this one goes.
I think Ali will probably play short deck as well. This could be the finishing hand right here. Let's see what Ali does with the king, queen, six, deuce. He's got one suit. Ivy, of course, with aces.
150 raise.
Ivy raising to 150. Mcerovic does make the call.
I'm sorry.
Take it. Okay.
Pot now 350,000. Mcerovic with a pot size bet behind. How convenient. Oh yeah, we're gonna dance on this one. Mcerovic with
money
top
going
pair.
in. Here we go.
Ivy with the aces.
King queen.
And they're all in there. Ivy with a 3-2 favor to end it right here.
Live cards there.
Yeah, Mcerovic's pair, second pair are all live. Looking for a king, a queen, a six, or a deuce. Ivy with just the bare aces, but they are good right now. Four spades, and that is going to give Ali a few more outs. He's got a straight draw as well. His outs are on the top of your screen, 15 of them.
Yeah.
But they do not come, and that's it. Ali Mcerovic finishes in second place. He'll take home $416,000, and a Hall of Famer, Phil Ivey. Just absolutely crushing the competition. There's your champion. $640,000 for him, Phil Ivey. Wow, Brent. Just amazing.
Ivy reigns supreme. His second win in only 8 days. His fifth final table, and he has accumulated just shy of $3 million, all right here in Cyprus. Champion, once again, Phil Ivey.
What a final table. Take a look at our GG Poker results. Ivy reigning supreme, as you mentioned. $640,000, another win in the bag for the Hall of Famer. Again, we're going to take about a 30, maybe 40-minute break. We're going to come back with some day one 50K short deck coverage. So don't go anywhere. Well, get a cup of coffee, walk your dog, and join us in 30 minutes.
Here we go.
Ivy wins again.
Last year, Brian Rast outlasted a world-class field on his way to a Super High Roller Bowl title and $7.5 million in cash. This year, the Super High Roller Bowl tradition continues from Aria Resort and Casino.
This is a big pot.
Thought I had you crushed.
49 of the world's best and wealthiest poker players. A buy-in of $300,000 and a first place prize of $5 million. 4 full days of live poker. The Super High Roller Bowl from start to finish gets underway right now.
You ever find yourself opening up a little bit when you know guys are tired and a little bit less interested in competing toward the end of a day's play?
Absolutely. That's a really big part of tournaments, having the feel for those situations.
And recognizing also that people can be polarized when fatigued, where they either have it, because otherwise they wouldn't be out there stepping out, or they're just phoning it in.
Right. Taking a more conservative approach with their medium strength holdings.
Exactly. Because they don't want to think as much, and there's a lot of thought that has to go into those gray area type plays, as we see 3 players in a raise pot pre-flop, and the flop yield is queen 7-6 with a couple of clubs.
Goes without saying, that's a nice flop for Budiga.
Yeah, top pair with a king kicker. he heads up and out of position.
We haven't seen too many vicious coolers this tournament, Ali, like
No.
8-6 deuce or something crazy.
And look at this.
I mean, listen, I just want the people to know, I swear on my life, I cannot predict the future. And that's just very odd.
You are a broom rider.
If that deuce came, I really would have been speechless, because this is already one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me.
Set over set, one of the most horrific situations you can be in. I myself, on one of the few occasions in which I've played a higher stakes buy-in poker tournament, found myself in a similar spot against Gabe Kaplan. Cost myself a cool 20,000 on Poker After Dark. That one hurt. And this one's going to hurt as well for Dan Smith, who checks it. Over to Rainer Kempe.
Sounded pretty painful. To the great Gabe Kaplan.
165.
Right now, Dan Smith has major problems, and sometimes it's okay to spell out the obvious. Dan Smith, after this hand, could easily be crippled. He may elect to just start check calling, but even so, unless a 7 or 9 of hearts rolls off, Kempe has a lot of great cards to barrel, get check raised in all likelihood, and this is just so brutal for Dan.
And he's using a time extension here. Why do you suppose that is? He knows he's going to continue in the hand.
Well,
he's not trying to make it look weak, is he?
Of course, no. He's trying to decide whether to call or raise. I mean, there are times you are beat here, and again, being the relative chip leader versus another chip leader, this is an interesting situation because he might be well advised to simply call the flop. However, if he raises it, he does know that he will probably have to go with it. There are some extreme
475,000.
475,000. Music to the ears of Rainier Kempe with 2 8s in his hand. A set. And he's got to believe he's golden here, right? He's not up against the 7-9 and probably not up against the 2 10s. Not impossible, though.
Not impossible, for sure. Golden is a touch more than what he's feeling, but he's feeling pretty good. It's one of these spots where
2 overs in the flush draw come to mind, maybe.
I don't think Smith
Queen Jack
check
of Hearts.
Yeah,
no?
exactly. I don't think Smith check raises Jack Queen of Hearts. The hand is too good. You kind of don't want to be forced to sort of fold it given stack sizes or decide you have to get it in because you've put yourself in a spot where
Kempe using a time extension.
Pot odds are just too good, and this is a really sickening spot for Dan Smith. And I just don't know how I just went out there and said we haven't seen a vicious cooler. I feel bad for Dan. Of course, me saying that did not influence the flop, but it's very weird. I'm having a very philosophical moment.
This is a situation where Rainer Kempe is that speeding commuter train and Dan Smith is that car stuck on the tracks.
In all likelihood, they will get it in. My only question, as crazy as it may sound, is there any way Smith finds a way to get away from this on the flop? Just given that we're on the bubble, he's such a great player.
And Rainier Kempe says, I'm all in.
Kempe's reached. Yeah,
Snap call by Dan Smith.
But you notice the trepidation in his voice. He called. He doesn't want to have to play this hand on the bubble.
So
Two relative chip leaders.
9 of hearts, all right.
It's looking pretty thin at the top of the screen next to the outs graphic.
Does have backdoor hearts. And of course he can hit that 6, but yes, 9% is pretty thin and just a deflating feeling for Dan at the moment. So brutal.
He's rooting for a heart on the turn. Instead, it's an ace, and now he has one out, one time to avoid a massive blow.
Unbelievable, really.
Really.
Set over set in this situation. Just horrifically cold.
Dan Smith can't connect with the one-outer on the river. Set over set, one of the grossest feelings in all of tournament poker.
See 3 calls.
Berkey, undeterred by the outcome of the last hand, limping again, this time with ace-9 suited on the button.
And again, Kempe and Holt so range-oriented in their preparations and have a lot of ideas on what they'll do versus certain styles. Often that style is a player who generally min-raises pre.
Kempe with a real holding. Second straight time he's raised the limp from Berkey.
And a call.
He's got 2 7s, and this time Berkey is going to call for his whole stack. Well covered by the chip leader, and at risk. He's behind with 2 overcards.
And just like that.
Is this kind of what Berkey was scripting? He was saying, I'm going to continue to do this until I get the right opportunity to try to double?
Yeah, I think A, it reduces variance, and B, Berkey was hoping that Kempe and Holtz to a degree would start attacking his limps and he would have some reships much like this, which is very reasonable. And it's a multifaceted approach, one that in the next level Berkey could stop limping and then resume. So
if Berkey can win this pot, he will vault over Phil Hellmuth for 3rd and chips, but he's going to need some help, and the board is 7 high. Top set for Rainer Kempe, and a very uphill climb for Matt Berkey. If he doesn't get help on the turn, he'll be drawing dead and done in 5th.
Some possible splits.
certainly.
Needs a spade, 5 or a 6.
And he does catch the spade.
Wow.
There it is.
Best case scenario. He now needs 1 more of those spades. 7 outs once for his tournament life. Rainer Kempe's thinking red card. The tension mounts. And here comes that river. It's a 4. 7's full for Rainer Kempe, and the end of the road for Matt Berkey.
Good game.
Good, Phil.
You definitely win best dressed.
Thanks.
All in.
Moving all in here with the ace.
Oh my.
And he's been called. What is he up against? The ace-10. Disaster for Eric Seidel. Is that Fedor humming?
Pretty odd spot to start humming. I know me on my off days, mood-wise, may have had a choice comment or two for Fedor the Songbird, but
no doubt about it. Maybe that's just the awareness that he
balances his humming range. The kids are really on top of everything these days.
Look, if Seidel's out of here, that's an extra guaranteed 1.1 million into Fedor's pocket. So
it certainly is, and for Eric, who's battled so hard, and for Holtz, what a huge equity pot this is.
Yeah, 9-9 Trey. There's some chop outs here.
There's always hope for the short stack in this spot.
It's never easy. Kempe's going to have to sweat it out.
Now picking up some more chop outs.
Yeah, the ace on the turn.
Notice that paint.
Can't win anymore.
Seidel cannot win the pot outright. That is correct.
Very, very insightful observation. He does pick up many chop outs.
9, an ace, a king, queen, jack. Instead, it's a 6, and that's all she wrote for Eric Seidel, who really fought hard.
You can't say enough about Eric Seidel. You just can't.
How do you normally celebrate, Nick? You make a big score. You got a go-to?
That's a good question, Ali.
First, you got to win one.
You know what? It's too late. And why don't you keep your little jokes to yourself?
Two-time bracelet winner, one-time World Poker Tour
There you
winner.
go. There you go, Ali.
I know.
Thank you.
I know who you are, buddy.
I also have won multiple tournaments in New York City underground clubs when I was 16, 17. Took down quite a few, like 4 or 5 player tournaments. They know what's up.
Oh yeah.
You guys know who I'm talking about.
Those Colossus events.
They remember. $25 buy-in, 6 of us, vying for New York City poker history.
Right.
1.2 million.
I myself.
1.2 million.
What have we walked into?
Looks like both players with a pocket pair. Holtz making it 400K with the Ducks.
This is close-ish for Fedor.
All in.
Oh, and he says all in.
Wow. And just like that, Kempe.
And a snap call from Kempe.
4-to-1
This could
favorite
be
to
it.
take it down.
Fedor with 2 Ducks. A 4-to-1 dog roughly against Rainer Kempe's 2
Just
8s.
for the spot of 2 Germans being heads up and the guy winning with 8-8, it's kind of it's kind of the cherry on top.
Not sure Holtz is seeing any cherries on top at the moment.
You know, mentioning
Anticipating.
No, he's kind of got the step.
You know what? I won't be mad at you.
I know you won't. I know you wouldn't be. I know you wouldn't be.
Tend to believe Fedor there, but nonetheless, he's thinking deuce. 10-9-5.
Running hearts, of course. But if Fedor doesn't help, Rainer Kempe is our 2016 champion, Ali.
And the turn card is a 4, down to just 2 outs once for Fedor. Otherwise, Rainer Kempe is our champion. This is for a $1.5 million difference between second and first place money. Can Kempe seal it? Yes, he can.
And
Rainer
there it is.
Kempe is your 2016 Super High Roller Bowl champion.
Wow, and I didn't expect this confetti shower. I was not told about this. Wow. Nobody consulted with me. Give Holtz the ring.
Sie waren das jetzt hier? Ah, guck mal, ein bisschen bling bling.
It begins in this city, in this venue, at these tables. 56 players will enter this room, each with a singular goal: winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
I would say that the Super High Roller Bowl is the best tournament of the year, and I say that with confidence.
$300,000 gets you in. $6 million awaits the winner of the one event on Earth for the highest stakes with the toughest field for the biggest money. The 2017 Super High Roller Bowl. This is where it begins.
Let's play some poker, boys.
And back down to the fell.
This feels like last year.
Somewhat, perhaps. A suited connector is a nice hand to have in your small blind 3-betting range versus really any. Oh my goodness.
What about is it nice when this happens? Because this is a classic.
Wow. I mean,
Top set against a straight.
A cooler like this early involving Phil Hellmuth is really astounding.
What sort of run out can Hellmuth possibly get away from here other than 4 to a flush or a straight, perhaps?
The runouts that Hellmuth gets away from kind of slow down the action anyway, were it to be an 8 of clubs or jack of clubs. So,
correct.
Of course, that's nice for Phil. This, it goes without saying, is really problematic. And he does elect to raise the flop, and
oh boy.
Bottom, I'm as random seemingly as Phil can be. When he raises 7, 9, 10 with 2 clubs and a 3-bet pot, it generally indicates strength of some sort.
Correct.
Whether it's...
What's the bottom end of that strength, though?
And Phil, most of the time, would call here on the flop with king, queen of clubs because he doesn't want to have to either get it in or simply incinerate that equity. And Bonomo elects to call, which is...
And he picks up a flush draw to go with his 10 high straight on the turn. Not that he's concerned about being up against Jack 8, of course.
Does Phil find that pot control-y check button somehow with 3 10s? I don't think so, although there are vulnerabilities to this hand. Sometimes...
And a lot of cards on the river you don't want to see.
You do want to protect against a lot of cards you don't want to see, but you have to think about the overall scenario in the tournament. Everything comes into play. There are some benefits to checking here, but it's very hard.
60,000.
Justin could easily check jam here, given that he could pick up a variety of draws. 7x of hearts. This is going to be, in all likelihood,
You may want to put the greens on the bottom. Just
an all-in from Justin, and
Oh, I know.
wow.
Yeah, I mean, could King Jack of clubs factor in here?
Wait, I'm giving too much information.
Certainly you fear King Jack of clubs, or King Jack in general, if you're in Phil's seat.
Although
Same
check
thing.
raising the flop with King Jack in general,
Same.
less likely, I would imagine, no?
Could happen. Same thing from Justin. You fear running into a straight. My God. There it is.
And it's all in the middle.
Oh my God. I escaped.
Oh man, that's going to be hard to pair the board.
Oh my God.
Elmuth needs a 7-9 or queen here.
Wow. Fill him out. 30 minutes, go get that.
10 will work as well.
Oh, we'll go take your time.
15. I guess maybe I should have 3-bet you before the flop. I knew you were going to 3-bet me light a lot today.
That's what I do.
I know. Wow, what a flop for you. It's amazing.
That depends on the river card.
No, I said what a flop for you.
Oh my God, wait till people get this update.
And the 3 on the river.
Guys,
oh my God.
Try to outplay me. The best player in the world. I'm just going to re-race Phil with 8-6. He's going to flop top set, and I'm going to flop a straight.
And the stack sizes begin to increase as the field condenses. I'm sure we'll see some even bigger pots.
Wake up cards.
Ace-10 suited for Czar Rast. That was his online handle.
It was. I've tussled with him many times, both online and live.
You were the takeover.
I still am the takeover.
You still
Ali.
are, okay. I haven't rumbled with you online in so long.
Yeah, I'm around from time to time when I duck out of the country and get that itch.
Of course, online poker no longer available except for specific states here in the U.S. We're talking New Jersey, Nevada.
Ridiculous. Ridiculous.
A little bit shocking. Certainly disappointing for the big fans of the game.
Everybody's suited here.
Nice guy.
And the board, 2 clubs. Queen 8-6. Rast with the nut flush draw. Heart with the flush draw and open-ended straight draw. And Katz with a pair of 8s.
Serious connection to the board via Rast and Hart. And given that Kevin is sporting a 20-some-odd BB stack, slightly more, I believe. Very likely to be going in here versus Rast.
I'm all in.
All in.
And sure enough.
Of course, the correct play for Kevin.
Call.
And Rast says, I have to call. He happens to have the best hand, and it's got
More
Kevin
like
in pretty rough shape.
A 2-to-1 dog for Kevin, and rough shape indeed.
Yeah, you still got a bunch of...
Oh, I know I got out. I just didn't want to see that.
Yes, that's true. You want to see ace queen.
Yeah.
Don't forget about the red 9.
Where's the red 7?
Just put it straight out there. Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Just anything with a club.
Blank it out, put it straight out there.
Got a wrap. A wrap of outs. It's a hold'em wrap. Minus the club. That's not my specialty. Not really mine anymore either. But used to be.
Here's the turn card.
He
It's a
does hit
5.
that straight, so now it is Brian over a 4-to-1 dog hunting for those clubs. Only 7 of
It's your
them.
lucky dealer. You're good.
That's my girl. That's my girl, huh? Come on, Mad Dog.
And at least there's a...
Hold on, Mad Dog.
Here comes the river. It's a 7, and Kevin Hart.
Hart retains life.
Kicking they Kicking they
Oh, boy.
I believe Vogelsang wakes up with
Can you
aces.
please be quiet? I'm
You
asking
can't.
you very nicely.
I'm
You
allowed
can't
to
say
talk.
anything.
Carey, you can't.
Where is that in the rule?
Can you call the floor,
Floor,
please?
you really can't even say a word.
That's not a rule in poker.
Yeah, it is.
What, talking?
You can't talk right now. Only heads up.
Everybody's getting a little testy, Ali.
Well, listen, a lot of money hanging in the balance.
That's
man.
right.
Stress getting to folks.
So Kernick and Koon are about
you
to
allowed
throw
talk
down.
turn hand? 10 seconds. What's the rule?
You are allowed to talk. Even with three-handed, him left.
Absolutely. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Can I have 30 extra seconds? Because I've been trying to get him
Yes,
to
he
stop talking.
should.
We've been like calling him before.
Absolutely, he should get extra time.
I've used the time. I spent 2
You
minutes
should
trying
have
to
as
get
much time as you want.
115 when he called for the floor. It was at 115 when he called for the floor. I looked.
Multi-way pops, even if a player is all in,
Okay.
it's still considered a multi-way
Not a word.
pop.
My apologies. I was
So,
wrong.
how much time was left? So Justin's already used the time extension, so he has until 1 minute.
Here,
Can I
I'll
say
give him.
something?
I'll give him one of my banks. I'll forfeit it.
Can I say something? There was a munch of talking, so he really should almost start over.
So a reasonable,
said that.
Well, let's not get carried away. How many time banks are we going to make up here? You know,
Justin, you
That's
agree
fine.
Reasonable. Okay, 30 seconds starts right now.
So it's 648 more to call, right?
648,000 more to call. Yes.
I call.
Call. You got aces?
Yeah.
You got aces. How do you wake up with aces there? All right. Just need a red queen, I guess. Damn, that's a good spot for aces, huh? It's my first all-in. All-in call it is.
So it's 6s against queens against aces for far and away the largest pot that we have seen thus far in this year's Super High Roller Bowl, with not 1 but 2 players at risk in Vogelsang and El Jefe Carey Katz.
the 648, that or whatever it was that Bonomo just called now, also close. I need some help from the players at home, the very experienced players in these situations. I'm just not sure. My knee-jerk reaction here is that Bonomo did not even need to call that initial 20 bigs, but certainly it's okay. And a lot of drama heading to this flop as Bonomo picks up some 7s.
8, 9, 10, and El Jefe picks up some jacks.
Jefe, Jack and Queen hunting.
Justin did also.
Yeah, I can't wear the...
Notice Vogelsang has 50% to win this hand. He's fading 7s, jacks, queens, 6s.
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Come on, Taylor, we need a
Just
jack.
the smallest of favorites
Boom.
against the aggregate hands.
What a nice card to see if you're Christoph.
Sure.
What a massive, massive pot this is for him in terms of real world dollar EV.
Right,
I mean, this is
2.263 roughly.
Oh my. Dramatic river. Rip his lip off there, Christoph. Easy.
Here comes the river. It pairs the board and 2
Vogelsang
aces
holds.
And that is it.
Deflating for Carey Katz to wake up with 2 queens and ship out of the small blind.
We know not what either player holds, simply that Schindler was the open raiser and Koon defended. Jason has checked it over to Jake, who is going to continue to the tune of 75,000 into the pot of 230.
Hey.
And I think it's a
Insta-call.
snap call from
Might
Schindler
see
here.
some straight draws from Koon.
Well, it's a bottom set for Jake Schindler.
Another pair of 8s, by the way. You do see a straight draw for Koon, which makes a lot of sense.
7-9. And Bonomo, the first man over there to root against Koon. No, that doesn't appear to be the case, but
The hovering over them is a bit odd, but They're all good friends.
It's been fun run either way, boys. I prefer to get there and be a pain in your but sometimes you don't get to.
Hard not to like Jason Koon.
That is the truth. You kind of root for him here, you know? The pain of the money bubble looming over him.
It's hard not to root for him, especially given how many chips Schindler has, that he'll be okay. And
right. Can Jason Koon hit a 6 or a jack to complete a straight, make the best hand, and stay alive, or will he be the dreaded 8th place finisher? It's the latter. As the deuce rolls off, and your pick to win it, Nick Schulman.
He definitely made me and a lot of people proud with his stellar play as always.
Yep.
Tough to bubble. Tough day for him.
And we are one bust out away from drawing the curtain on tonight's action and setting the stage for the podium finishers.
All in.
Zoom is up.
Oh, this looks like possibly a bit much given the stack of Shalabal, but of course ace-10 of diamonds.
Call.
Quite ahead. Oh my goodness.
I got aces.
Vogelsang with the call.
This is why you don't do this when another player at the
aces.
table. Oh my God, and Vogelsang pacing because he wasn't really expecting this situation, and Shalabal just counting his lucky stars.
You know, Sukernik has kind of shown this propensity to be willing to just gamble it up and ship it and kind of intimidate.
It got him here so far, and Sukernik has really played very well in a lot of spots. I think he overextended himself here given the stack of Shalabal, but onto the flop we go.
And could Shalabal be laddering up yet again?
This is a major ladder up here.
Here comes the flop. Leon's thinking diamonds, only one available. A king out there. A dangler for that running Broadway. We got to put a diamond up there just to keep him drawn live, don't we? Or a runner to a straight.
That's right. And
Christoph's thinking, just put the 4 of clubs out there.
Yes.
Here comes the turn. It is a diamond.
The suspense is always there. It's just never easy. Yeah, it's a very expensive card that just rolled off for Vogelsang, worth about, I don't know, hundreds of thousands in equity, probably less, but crazy.
Can Sukernik snap aces?
What is that king of diamonds worth?
Here it comes.
There
Oh,
it
it's
is.
the 3.
Okay. Good game. Good game, man.
And Sukernik finishing in 4th place.
Incredible showing for Sukernik. Round of applause warranted.
Schindler now with Jack 8 suited.
Call.
Limp right in there. Yep.
Check.
Christoph, as usual, taking his time, regardless of his range, and then making his decision, which is a check, and 10 trade deuce on this board.
Both players, of course, sort of connecting to this board as Schindler has some backdoor possibilities and swirling around that 10. And Vogelsang, top pair, 7 kicker. A very good hand playing heads up. Versus this smallish bet, might Christoph raise simply to get some chips in the pot, which was with which what figures to be the best hand.
Call.
No. Onto a turn.
Ooh, look at that.
Has to be the most fun turn card in the deck, Ali. Christoph makes 10s and 7s. Schindler with a gut shot and a flush draw. A very standard spot for Jake, of course, to
400,000.
continue betting. One assumes Christoph will raise here.
seconds. Raise.
And this is one of those spots,
1,500,000.
Nick, where that lack of time extension really looks to play in as Christoph has check raised to 1.5 million, another 1-1 for Jake to call.
And I think Schindler's call here is quite standard and will be getting made. I don't think Schindler comes over the top here.
10 seconds.
He calls, perhaps has some river bluffs in mind if he misses, but
Call.
see what this river brings. Schindler finds himself as a 3-1 dog.
Don't look now, there's 3.5 million in the middle. This is a big one. And the river pairs the board with a deuce, and not necessarily your favorite if you're Vogelsang, as any overpair now has 10s and 7s beat, but it was a limp pot pre-flop.
That's right, and I think Vogelsang feels quite confident with these 10s and 7s. You're absolutely right. Of course, overpairs now do counterfeit the 10s and 7s, but still certainly bet for value here.
2.3 million. 2,300,000.
2.3 million from Christoph Vogelsang.
That's mashed potatoes and gravy.
Yes, it is, and deuce of clubs, of course, not the river Jake Schindler was looking for.
10 seconds. All in.
Whoa! Oh my goodness, Solly.
All in.
Wow. Christoph with only 30 seconds to decide here. I think 10s and 7s is good enough, but man, a lot easier from up here. I did not see that coming, Ali. Schindler, all in.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Call.
And Vogelsang makes the call.
Schindler's bluff does not get through. And that's it.
Good game.
We have our champion, Ali. Wow.
Yes.
It's one of poker's most exclusive tournaments. A $300,000 buy-in feeding a massive prize pool of over 14 million. 48 elite players came to test their skill in a 4-day battle of strategy, aggression, and endurance. This is the 2018 Super High Roller Bowl.
I don't think Chewy's ever been in a market.
Ace-9 in Ivey's hand this time. He makes it 6,000 here on the flop with top and bottom pair. Petrangelo sticking around as the third heart rolls off and gives him the flush. That was a dramatic pause that I put in there as though it wasn't self-evident.
And I think Petrangelo's considering leading as he defends the big blind here.
Yeah.
The 7 of hearts is rich with possibilities regarding Nick's range in form of the 8-10 and all the flushes and some 2-pair combinations. And the idea behind the lead here is that Ivey gets very pot control-y on turns with his ace-X, and we want to simply build the pot with our flushes and charge certain hands that have equity. And oh my, Ivey rivering 9s full of aces. Petrangelo's hand absolutely strong enough to lead here, and he will. And of course, Ivey will be raising either in the form of a shove. He goes so big that it looks like Ivey will shove this river. And Petrangelo is going to go into a tank, probably think aloud as he often does, and we will probably get some inner workings into his poker mind.
And he
graces
has
us
Ivey
with his thoughts.
well covered here.
He does.
10 seconds.
Oh, and Ivey.
I like this.
Yeah.
Why not? You know. This is going to be a difficult laydown for Petrangelo. He might make it, but it's going to be tough. Is Ivey doing this with King of Hearts 10? Is he doing this with
the dry
Ace 7? Does Ace 7 ever do this? Queen 8 with a, it's going to be really hard to get away. Hear what Nick has to say.
Well, so far it was an F-bomb.
You do now have a bluff catcher, Ali. Phil never proudly does this with something like ace-jack, nor a straight.
What about trip nines?
No.
Never.
No,
Ever,
not
ever.
first that sizing. On the end, trip nines are happy to call or turn their hand into a bluff, but again, bluff catcher. I think having a flush here just, it makes it hard. Let's go through range. Ivey has nines full. He has other full houses, given that Nick led turn. So he has the aces, jacks, sevens, all the nines full. That's a very healthy amount of hands. To counteract that, his bluffs are king of hearts, X, some straight draws that had one heart. There might not be enough. Ivey also has bigger flushes. Pietrangelo might find this fold. If you think he's under bluffing things like ace-7 and king-10 with the king of hearts, there is a chance Pietrangelo puts this hand in the muck. It's pretty reasonable, frankly. This is a dicey, tough situation.
It's hard for your opponent to have the hearts as well.
But they're out there.
Yeah, and
they're out there.
Is this the line that he takes?
I mean, he just calls a lot of his flushes on the end. Maybe the king-high ones put it in, but his range is rich with full houses. There are some bigger fluffs and bigger flushes, and the problem is it's not that easy to find bluffs, but Ivey's very capable. King of hearts, queen, king of hearts, 10. Just other stuff, I don't know, 7, 10 with the 10 of hearts. There's combos out there that you can find, but there are many full houses that loom here with all the combinations of the 9 in conjunction with the board. I think trips for the most part flat here. Not that easy to find a ton of bluffs, and pretty interesting to see if Pietrangelo finds this laydown. And when I say finds, I don't even mean he's finding the correct play versus range, or of course right now it's correct. I'm inclined to think probably this hand is okay folding here, probably pretty safe. If we could sim this spot out a million times, this actual spot live, I don't think Ivey takes off here that often with king 10 bluffing, so let's see.
It's 135 total. Yeah.
Gross spot, Ali.
Indeed.
Hey, Paul.
$250,000 chip pot.
Another food order in for me? My hand out on this 30? Yeah, the restaurant.
Pietrangelo has time bank issues as well. He's out of extensions, so he must make a decision soon. 20 seconds.
Seconds now.
Great fold. Found it.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Time
well
banks,
done. Well done,
invested there.
Pietrangelo.
Yep.
Absolutely. That's why you use him.
$125.
Back at the outer table, take a look at this. Badziakuski has flopped an open-ended straight draw up against Stephen Chidwick, who has the overpair with 2 kings, and Makita has bet $125,000 into the pot of 150.
I believe Chidwick will just call here.
Call.
Sure enough. Another 250 into the middle, 400,000 the pot size. Chidwick checking once more.
Maybe Makita will be okay to just check back here and try to hit, occasionally bluff the river on some runouts after getting called on Jack 10-5. However, there are some straight draws that Chidwick may have that have to fold and some ace high. So it's close. Definitely has outs.
350.
Oh.
350.
Tell you what, Nikita's not the one. He is barreling away.
Well, he's leaning on Amali, and of course Chidwick will call.
It's the higher variance approach, but it's worked out for him to this point.
10 seconds.
Though to be fair, I think the leaning sort of started more after he took that big bundle off of Chidwick with the set of aces. Steven calls again, and if you're Mikita, you got to be asking yourself, I got an almost pot-sized bet in on the flop that got called. I put a meaty one in on the turn here that got called, and on the river, I just got an 8. Third check out of Chidwick. Where does Mikita have him?
Probably around Jack X. 5X is absolutely allowed. Some 10s. King, Queen is possible. Mikita would know that he's bluffing now if he chooses to use this hand as a bluff. And of course, something like a shove is an incredibly bold play on the bubble, in the 600K bubble. If anybody's capable, it's this dude, but I don't know, Ali. We shall see. All in here would be tremendous to watch. I don't think we'll be fortunate enough to see it, but he is still thinking, Ali. Fully aware he would be turning his hand into a bluff, essentially, if he puts something crazy out there.
Or conversely, might he think that if Chidwick had some sort of draw, it's best to check back with the showdown value of an 8?
I feel sizing-wise, I mean, it's a pretty enticing move to just put Chidwick in. It's also quite maniacal, but think about it. If you're Chidwick with Jack Queen, Jack King, even 5-4, do you really want to call off 1.8?
We are back. Welcome to the 2022 Super High Roller Series. The $50,000 PLO tournament is in the bag, and we're going to jump right over to Short Deck. We are live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in northern Cyprus. I am David Tuckman, joined by my co-host, Brent Hanks. Take a look at our featured table. Some familiar names. A couple of new names that we haven't seen this week so far. Sam Greenwood, the Canadian, is there. Phil Ivey, Stephen Chidwick, Danny Tang. I want to thank you for joining us here. I'm David Tuckman, Brent Hanks alongside me. Brent, you ready for some Short Deck?
Oh, I'm ready, Tuck. It's nice to see the Canadians able to play and show up for these events. Obviously, in the United States, there's a tax issue. A lot of these guys, the Sam Greenwoods, the Tim Adams, the Daniel DeVorises, they can't really play in the States. You know, they gotta pay the piper that is the government. Not over here, of course, the international waters, no tax concerns.
If you're new to
See
Short
a lot
Deck,
of this, all in, yeah.
I was going to say, if you're new to Short Deck, you get a lot of this, and it's going to be a lot of all-ins. We don't have a ton of chips at our featured table, so a lot of all-ins. Equities run pretty close, so if you can get your opponent to fold, that's a huge win. Short Deck, an interesting game. No deuces, 3s, 4s, or 5s in the deck, so it's a 36-card deck. Flushes beat full houses. There's no small blind, no big blind, just an ante game. Everybody antes. The button antes twice, and the action begins just to the left of the button.
It is a deny equity / gambling sort of atmosphere as players try to build stacks. You'll notice the little tickets right there by Ivy. That blue ticket says reload. You buy in for 50,000 and you're going to get 2 of those reload tickets that are worth 100,000 chips each. You go broke, you pass them a ticket, you get 100,000 more in chips, stay right in your seat, continue to play.
I mean, it seems fair. You pay $50,000 US, you get 3 tickets. I mean, I go to the park, I go to the carnival. You know, you spend $69. Sometimes you only get 1 ticket. So I think this is a great deal in Northern Cyprus. Good for them. I want to thank Heidi. Say hi to you guys in the chat.
know, it's just, it's cheaper than Six Flags here.
Oh, that's for sure. Jimmy Bluffett, Reno Grinder, Damning a Lamb, Kiter Vickman, Mike Heidi. By the way, I'm so used to seeing weird names. I'm going, I read Mike Heidi in my head first as Mickey Heidi. No, it's just Mike. Fred Withrow, Tennis Files, Poker Shark. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We're going to be here for the next couple hours, playing some short deck. This will be the final table tomorrow morning, so make sure you set your alarm. 7 a.m. Eastern time. Brent and I will be back in the chairs. We'll be talking some short deck tomorrow morning as well. And it all ends April 13th, 14th, and 15th with the $250,000 Super High Roller Bowl. Make sure you join us for that one. Jeff Platt and Brent Hanks will be calling the action on that one. So Jeff just comes in for the main events now? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, main event Jeff. That's his calling card. He's we talked about it before. Let's face it, Tuck, he's a celebrity.
Yeah. Wow.
Doesn't have time for these early events, you know. He's got a lot to do. He's got to walk his dog Buddy. He's got to go on Tinder dates.
And it's a pretty big deal these days. We know that.
Doug Cronkite in the chat. What's up, Doug? It says, wishes there was a small place or a place he could play a small stakes short deck game in order to learn. Yeah, you know, that's...
I think they had a 25K. I think they had a 25K one instead of 50K.
I don't know about GG. Obviously, we can see they're a main sponsor here, but do they offer low stakes?
I believe they do.
GG Poker? Well,
I believe they do. I know the World Series of Poker. I know we had a 10K short deck. I wonder if we have a 1500 this summer as well. Did we have 1500 short deck last year?
I don't think so. I want to say
No.
I saw Matt Berkey put out a post.
Just a 10K variety?
You know, yeah, and he was saying that they need to drop it down to appeal to the masses. A little short deck bracelet event, little gamble. Paul Phua all in, ace-9 suited. That's a pretty good hand. The aces swing low essentially would represent a 5 as well, so you can make some smaller straights.
Just amazing, as if the ace wasn't powerful enough at every game you play. Now they swing in this game, too. It's just, I love it. Sign me up for those aces. Short deck poker here at the Super High Roller Series. We just saw Phil Ivey win his second event in North Cyprus. He is now second in the PGT Tour standings behind Ali. There he is, the Hall of Famer, fresh off. No rest for the weary, right? I mean, the guy wins 640,000.
Oh, 72.
Oh, 72.
Yes.
Took about 11 seconds to congratulate himself and then jump right back into the next tournament. Who loves it more?
Nobody. And nobody's playing better than Phil Ivey right now. 2 wins, 5 final tables. He's in rough shape here against Chidwick, although you'll be surprised at the equities.
How much? How much is CVR?
95. 73.95.
And Greenwood wondering,
93.95?
Yes.
is this a spot to gamble?
18,000 side pot.
Yeah, if he knew what his opponents had, he certainly would have gambled, but he lets the 8s go. Ace-10, ace-jack. Chidwick with 1 live suit. Ivey also with a live suit. Here's a jack high flop. This one's got Chidwick all over it. Chidwick will eliminate Ivey, and when I say eliminate, I mean force Ivey to use one of his reload cards.
So funny, he really go from pro to VIP, you know. 全香港嘅偶像嚟。係咩 ？Of course, his story is unbelievable.
100,000 more chips.
Good job,
Mr. Ivey.
Go play low stakes. Climb.
There it is.
Put his role.
Elton. Elton?
Yeah. Every Hong Kong poker
He's my
player
favorite.
idol.
I love Elton.
Whatever, man.
Huh?
Right, fine. Go away then.
Like number one, you number two.
I'm not settled for number 2.
Even though it takes long.
I'm not even number 2.
Danny Tang, Paul Phua, very familiar with this game. So is
Nothing?
Ivey. And Sam Greenwood, by the way. I mean, all
nothing?
constants on the Triton Series,
So yeah, from
where they spread this game regularly.
I'm not sure how much I can say on TV, but
Greenwood, you know, again, we don't see much of him in the United States, but he's an absolute killer. He plays the biggest buy-in tournaments worldwide. A trio of brothers, Sam, Luke, and Max Greenwood. Luke was playing a lot of the high rollers a few years back. Perhaps he's gone a different route with his life. Brother Max, also former professional poker player. He's gone the world of sports betting. Fascinating family. A group of sequoias, the Greenwoods out of Canada.
The Greenwood boys, as I like to call them. Yeah, those Greenwoods, smart guys for sure. Trip Kings here for Tang. Tang, by the way, if you watched yesterday's show, all of our shows start at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Tang lost a heads-up battle yesterday. So impressive. Marius Gersha defeated Danny Tang yesterday in that heads-up battle. That was the No Limit Hold'em, event number 3. Fun week of poker here in Northern Cyprus. Get a little bit of PLO, a little bit of short deck, some No Limit Hold'em. Something for everybody, really. Chidwick, as you can see, turns the straight. Tang still with Trip Kings. Tang looking to fill up on the river. So short deck is just Hold'em. You get 2 cards. Try to make your best 5-card hand. Just, again, no deuces, 3s, 4s, or 5s in the deck. And flushes beat full houses.
Brutal one here for Tang.
Yeah, I mean, he's very aware. I mean, he can't really beat, he can't beat a good king, can't beat the straight. Chidwick bets 30,000. Tang does not pay him off. Give me a chance to take a look at the chat. By the way, if you're watching this on the Pay Luxon app or the Merit YouTube channel, welcome. We are on the Poker Go YouTube as well. And hey, Poker Go Hold'em is here. That's right. Free-to-play online poker. This is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to pokergohold'em.com. So as I mentioned, you can be watching this on the Merit Poker YouTube channel, on the Luxon Pay YouTube channel, or of course on our Poker Go YouTube channel. We have nearly 250,000 subscribers. If you have not subscribed yet, please do so. I would love to hit that 250,000 mark on my watch. Yeah, each player, for the buy-in, you get 3 bullets. The bullets are actually worth 100K chips each. I am watching the chat here on the Poker Go, so if you want to join us, have any questions for me, for Brent, shoot away. I can see him in there, just to let you guys know. So the buy-in on this tournament was 50,000. You get 300,000 chips. They just split up into 3 100,000 bullets. You can buy in for all 3 if you want right away, but that's not what most players do. Most players will buy in 100K increments. Leo P says, do they just put all the pros at one table? No, it's random. But, I mean, keep in mind, it's a super high roller series, so pretty much everybody here is a pro. Well, I don't want to say they're all pros. I mean, you got some businessmen as well, businesswomen. But they're all names. That's for sure. Kyra Ross saying, didn't Ivey just win the Omaha? He did, yes. He was, when they started heads-up play, Phil Ivey, Aliam Servich, it was $2.7 million to $2 million when they started heads-up play. Ivey erased that lead, took the lead, and ran away with it in one of the most impressive heads-up battles you would see. Ivey doing Ivey-like things in that heads-up battle versus Ali. Jerome Burns. I do not believe Phil Locke is in Cyprus right now. Tal Teachify says, hey, Tuck. Subscribed during Ivey's PLO event earlier. I hope you enjoy your future donuts. Yeah, me too. Where are my donuts? Haven't gotten them yet. I'm waiting for some. Phua raising the 30,000 with the ace-king. Greenwood, Chidwick. Still left to act. Action is on Chidwick, as we can see. And it looks like he is going to call. I appreciate the sub, though. Like I said, let's see if we can get up to 250,000 over the next week. Chidwick open-ended. Not much there for Paul. Paul wearing the Triton hat. Valar asking if the commentators are in Cyprus. We are not in Cyprus. We are doing this remotely. Ali Najad, Brian Rast were flown in northern Cyprus, but Ali Najad's a pretty big deal too. So they just kept me in L.A. Brent Hanks is in Vegas as we commentate on these events each and every day. Each show starts at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Paul's going to check. Chidwick bets 18K. Jerome Burns, happy birthday. Sorry, man, we don't do shout-outs, though. This is a professional show, buddy. Oh, Paul's all in. There's a call. And Paul right away goes, oh no, oops. Just kidding. Paul is technically ahead, as you can see, but he is a 3-2 dog with 2 cards remaining. Yeah, some people will call short deck 6+ hold'em. Again, no deuces, 3s, 4s, or 5s in the deck. Play with a stripped down 36 card deck, board pairs, and now it is Paul Phua who takes the equity lead. But the 8 of spades hits the river, and Chidwick gets there.
177.
好，直頭 all in。
或者其實你可以帶近嘅，因為黑鬼好遠咯。
True story. Tuckman is in his backyard, a.k.a. the Shangri-La, the Pizza Garden. I'm not actually in my backyard. I'm in my my studio in the house, but I do have a pizza oven in the backyard. True story. I want to thank you all for joining us here at the 2022 Super High Roller Series. We are in North Cyprus at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. Man, I will tell you, as much as I love being home for these things, I would love to be in Northern Cyprus. Beautiful this time of year. What a week it's been, right? I mean, opening day of baseball. We got Masters week. Scott Scheffler sealing the deal yesterday. Phil Ivey winning 2 tournaments. He was the last man standing twice over the past week plus here in Northern Cyprus. And we still have a lot. We still have a lot to go. As I mentioned, the ultimate event, it all ends with the 250,000 Super High Roller Bowl, April 13th, 14th, and 15th. Do not miss a second of it. Make sure you subscribe to the Poker Go YouTube channel and turn those notifications on. Jacob Spears says Jack 10 will always hit a straight and short deck. Maybe not always, but seems like it, doesn't it?
Like this.
Jack 10, a huge hand. Jack 10 suited. It's like having aces in short deck, but it's not aces. I'd almost rather have Jack 10 suited than aces.
Well, certainly after the flop a lot. So Phua in for another reload after he loses the first one. Again, each reload is worth 100K. Players get 300,000 chips for their 50K US. Bren Hakes, David Tuckman here to call the action. Thank you all for joining us.
Maybe you sorry to me, I think. I think more likely you sorry to me.
Well, play better SK.
I detail you, okay? I detail you. I detail you, no worry. Yeah. Okay, don't take it back first.
Like,
just in case.
Ace of hearts. 8 of hearts.
Paul makes an irrelevant second pair on the river. Set of queens for Tang. He's up to 572,000. I think Paul has just gone through all 3 bullets. Yeah, he has.
He's going to fire another 50,000, I bet, Tuck. There's no way you're going to keep Paul away from this party. Rebuy. No. Paul Phua.
I mean, keep in mind, not only these players are here to play poker,
this table out.
But you add in the pandemic from the last 2 years. And you're talking about a lot of pent up, just, they want to get in the action. So.
Oh, yeah.
The rebuy, Jason? No.
Yeah, Koon. Yes, it is, Danny. I believe.
Hey, we lose Paul, we get Jason Koon. That's fun.
I think he must have rebought, he said.
Number 1 rebuy of the trip?
No, I rebought in the 25K. Second rebuy. Very careful. I'm very careful.
All right. Aces to kings.
Something like that.
When is it 250? Tomorrow?
2 days, 3 days, something like that.
What's tomorrow?
Is it? I think there was a 25k. Oh, they made it at 50.
Oh, there's a 25k turbo today. At 6. 50k. Same structure as this tomorrow.
As always, the players are talking. We'll do our best to lay out so you can hear their conversation. Jimmy Bluffett asking, how many rebuys are allowed? When did the rebuy period end? I believe there's unlimited re-entries in the preliminary events. Per Brent Hanks, he had said the Super High Roller Bowl, the 250K, the big boy, 1 re-entry is allowed in that one. If you want to buy in
and
for
I'm going to
$500,000.
confirm that. I'm fairly certain it is limited to 1 re-entry in the 250K. They do have a tendency to change things based on what the players prefer. You know, we have a VIP crowd, especially folks that travel around with the Triton crew. You know, when they come to play, they don't want to be capped.
I got a feeling if Phua loses his first 2 bullets in the 250K big boy, I got a feeling everybody's going to let him buy in a third time. What do you think?
Well, just a lot of people.
Yeah, I mean, how do you tell the guy no?
Would you
need
want
have
to tell
rules in place?
Yeah.
But I will confirm that
sense,
here
yeah.
today, just to make sure it is in fact one singular, or at least by the main event.
Big short deck the day before it in 250.
Registration, I believe, is open for 8 levels. At least that has been the case. Might differ per tournament, but I believe the levels are 40 minutes long. I know that. And I believe you can re-enter for the first 8 levels, Jimmy.
Hard for people to get away for 15
Sure.
days.
Yeah.
They have businesses and things to do.
No, I agree. We should. It feels like 10 days is kind of like the max.
Yeah, these trips are serious, man.
Yeah, talking about how long these trips are. With the Triton Series leading right into the Super High Roller Series. 10 days away, and you're talking about these guys playing, 14, 15 hours of poker a day. It's grueling. It's exhausting.
And it's expensive. Imagine coming into this series and just bricking it.
Well, I wouldn't have to imagine
bankroll.
it. Yeah, I wouldn't have to imagine if I was Phil Ivey. Phil Ivey's done anything but brick it. He has just binked it. Just Bink City. Phil Ivey's world, we just live in it. Jason Koon also has had an amazing week. Back-to-back third-place finishes for him. Hope his foot's okay.
Oh, speaking of his foot, if you guys missed it yesterday, Jason Koon stepped on a sewing kit needle in his hotel room. He sent me the video of him pulling out. I mean, it was the real deal. You're looking at like probably a 3 to 4 inch needle, and he just had to pull it out of his foot. It looked horrible, horrific. The pain was agonizing. You could hear it in his voice when he was, on the video doing it. Just terrible. The ultimate needle in poker.
Basically the same, Like a lot of the tournaments, same feel, same structure, same whatever. Getting people here with 2 weeks of playing like the same tournament 5 different times is hard.
Sounds awesome. Sounds awesome to me. Yeah.
It's a little bent here. I think the cards are just like that.
You noticed last hand, Ivy, Chidwick were all in. Chidwick made Broadway on the river, and Ivy, using his reload ticket, has another 100,000 in front of him.
3
And I think that's it for Ivy, right? He's on his final ticket.
Well, for now.
Before he'll have to rebuy, yeah.
I mean, with the way he's running, he's going to just keep re-entering until he builds up a stack, right? Any side
I don't
flop
see
here?
Why not? You don't want to turn it into a, you don't want to turn it into a 300K.
No, that's not ideal. But some superstars of poker at this
What does
table,
this mean?
as you might expect. Jason Koon, Phil Ivey, Stephen Chidwick.
Who's with me?
Who are you asking what?
I don't know. Anyone? Is this just
What?
does this mean anything?
The number 3.
Well, yeah. Is that it?
That means
What's up?
peace.
That's peace, yeah.
What's up? Hey.
But I don't know what that is.
Who's doing it?
I'm just curious. I really am.
Doesn't mean-
It doesn't mean anything.
What are we talking about?
What? Are you trying to get at a
Ivy shirt?
personalized hand gesture, and you just want to make sure
it's not taken yet?
nobody's taking it yet?
Well, it's
There's
definitely taken.
there's nothing I would talk about anyway.
Okay, all right.
Huh?
Brent, I'm not going to lie. I'm in the dark on that
Right
one. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know what was going on there, but we got an all-in from Koon. Ivy all-in over the
Mine's
top.
Mine's at 82, I think.
Chidwick might want to gamble here. Queen 10 suited. This is a fun spot. Kind of just part of the game and how you accumulate getting in these 2- and 3-way all-ins with these sorts of holdings.
82.
Obviously, if Chidwick sticks it in, it's not like he thinks he has the best hand. It's more about equity and understanding that he'd be in a fine spot. You can see everyone is live as far as cards and distribution are concerned.
The first 5 or 6 levels of this game just feel like, okay, you got something connected? Yeah, go with it.
82.
See if you can build a stack up.
Just in case.
Give me a little pre-count.
In case I have a little change.
I like it. That's why I pull mine back every time, too. He might have counter-jinxed me. I don't know, man.
Saw that?
Yeah. It's a good start for you.
Yeah.
I think that locks it up. It does. Ivy has got Koon dead.
Ivy now up over 200,000. Koon turning in that reload ticket, give another 100,000. If at the end of the rebuy period you have any reload tickets left, you can turn those in for the 100K as well. There are no blinds in this game, just antes. Everybody
I was
antes.
just about to address that.
Yeah. Everybody antes. The button antes twice. Action starts just to the left of the button. They are playing no limit. So if you want to play, you got to just put an extra ante in there. The button can check if there's no raises, and anybody can raise.
You'll see a lot of premiums dealt. 2 kings here for Chidwick. Not nearly as valuable as a couple of kings in no limit hold'em. Very vulnerable. Chidwick's going to press the envelope. Just kicks it up to 30,000. Sort of an invitation for a lot of hands. Come on. Come party. Greenwood's got a fun one. Ace-7 suited. He bows out.
Yeah, and look at these equities. I mean, 10-8 suited versus kings, and Chidwick's a 2-1 favorite. That's it. And because of that, that really... a huge factor in the strategy of this game, because if you can build up a big chip stack as you approach the money at the final tables, you see a lot of the big stack pushing around the other players. Because, you know, the short stacks are just never way ahead. So what's the point of risking?
5 seconds. 75.
Seems like a hard one for you to miss.
8-9 suited.
I know Daniel Negreanu tweeted about coming out and joining the party with his good buddy Phil Ivey as we take a look at current chip count leaderboard. Danny Tang up top. Chidwick, that's the pot there. He's in second. Ivey, the man of the week, the man of the moment. Greenwood, Koon, rounded out. Tuck, when I mentioned Negreanu, I don't think I've ever seen Daniel Negreanu, of all the shows that we've ever covered, play short deck. I don't know if that's the same for you, but I'm pretty sure that Negreanu is
They're putting less and less.
been short deckless.
Remember,
at least on my behalf.
I mean, in fairness, the game's not spread very often. You said you RIP'd it in Vegas, at least at the Poker Go Studios. He certainly was not. I don't think he's been in a Triton series yet.
No. Might be
And
the only
obviously-
game Daniel Negreanu's never played that's been televised is short deck.
Fold.
I mean, to the chatter's comment from earlier, I mean, it's not a game that you could necessarily play for small stakes unless maybe it's online. Greenwood's all in here.
118.
Koon thinking about it. He's got 7 DK. He's actually in pretty good shape here.
He is. This might be a good gamble spot for him. Not sure what he's looking at. Maybe the clock of some sorts, understanding the blind levels. Or the
Ivy's
ante
all
levels.
in.
Ivy, yeah, he's going to stick it home.
So it's ace queen versus king jack, and look, see Koon's thrilled.
Pay me the money. Yeah, it's no need for the run out. Just triple it up.
Let's see what we got here.
Koon is absolutely thrilled with this.
70,000.
He's got his opponent sharing cards. He's so live right now. I can't wait to see these percentages. There's a chance he's a slight favorite.
I would imagine he is at this point.
I sure do. Whoa, slammy.
Who's ace queen of hearts?
Yeah, Greenwood with the 80% of the royal draw. Oh!
Ouch.
Both Ivy and Greenwood get
Give
there.
him the royal. Give him the royal. Give Koon the full house.
A lot of cards to do.
King Jack 10.
Give him the royal.
Not sure if.
Ivy and Greenwood chop up Koon. And you hear him say, that's not fair.
I'm just mad Danny didn't complete.
Ivy up to about 250,000 chips.
He's about to give me and Phil 3 more K to split, I feel.
That's why I'm good.
Yeah.
All the players and spectators that at 6 p.m., that means in 10 minutes time, we're going to start the other tournament in the schedule. It's a 25k turbo, 20 minutes planned. So again, registration are open for the...
I believe I heard a 25K turbo. Is that right? Maybe they've added another bonus event on the side for those that do not want to play short deck. I think I heard that correct, Tuck.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can just get enough cash together to jump in that one. That sounds great. I love those turbos. Yeah, you mentioned it before. I mean, the players kind of, you know, they run the asylum there. If enough players want to play something, they'll just spread it. It's the way it should be, right?
I'm just trying to think of the players still there that they have enough of to want to play a $25,000 turbo.
This game's fun.
When you've got,
thanks.
Let me take a look at the live reporting. By the way, you can check out live reporting right now.
90, right?
All updates on
100.
every single table for this event. Head over to
Thank you.
pgt.com and click on live reporting.
dominated.
So right now,
So I'm going to win. My
as it
hand's
stands,
way better.
there are 21 entrants in this 50K short deck.
Yeah, you're feeling it.
And for the life of me,
10-8-6.
can't understand where the rest of the players are coming from that are going to play a $25,000 no-limit hold'em
spades,
event.
maybe even.
You got a gut shot, man. Don't be greedy. Ace 8-9.
We got ace king 6.
That is a good one. I wasn't being greedy enough.
Koon said he was going to win this one. And certainly, whoa, hello.
Hello.
I mean, we've all seen it.
Let's see it again. And bing.
100.
100 even.
Finally gets his double up.
You think you have me dominated?
Yeah, I was feeling like you had like a sneaky little suited Broadway. Well, you can fold queen 10 of clubs there?
Probably not.
Ante's moved up to 4,000. The button's a double ante to 8,000. You're watching the Super High Roller Series $50,000 short deck event. This is day one coverage. Final table of this will be tomorrow starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Make sure you join us.
Jamie T. No, every player does not start with 50,000. They start with 100,000 chips. So, you know, that's why you're going to see a lot of the all-ins. It's already 24,000 out there in the middle. Chance to increase your stack size essentially by 25%. Uh-oh, Greenwood, queen jack off right into the aces.
Same gunner as same gunner as last time is no good.
Oh,
no.
Don't muck my hand.
I'll take the same flop as last time.
I don't think so, buddy. You never know. We are playing short deck.
Yeah, Koon favored here, but not nearly to the same extent as you might see in the other games. And wow.
That's not bad.
Greenwood is most definitely not dead. Looking for a ace, a queen, or a 9.
Give that man a set.
Oh.
Dirty. It's dirty. Greenwood.
It's short deck. I feel like that should be a T-shirt. I know you guys got a lot of T-shirts available. How about it's not dirty, it's just short deck.
You know, and they've seen it time and time again. You heard Koon say we've all seen it before. Just aces are just not that big of a favorite. Gets any two cards. It's incredible.
Yeah, another similarity to PLO where, yeah, aces are the best hand pre-flop, but a lot can happen, and it often does in this game.
Danny, it's 8.
So it's an interesting way to hold your phone if you're Danny Tang.
Yeah, I don't know what he's got the 5G going right through the temple there. I don't know. I'm not a conspiracist, but Maybe he's uploading a short deck solver. Look at those glasses.
I think many of us have suspected that Danny Tang was some sort of a robot, and I think this just confirms it.
250, 305.
If you're going to have your phone at the table, you might as well do it right. Just put it right on your head. Let everybody know. You don't need to be discreet or subtle. Try to hide that you're texting the nanny, whoever you're talking to.
Eights are cheap.
Koon.
Yeah. Koon can win with queen jack. He can win with 8-7. Ace is no good for him.
He's not up against a single club or club draw from anybody. He is just an absolute lock. 95% right now.
Yeah, everybody else needs running cards.
And I think it is on Tang, if I'm not mistaken.
Queen on the turn, and nobody's got a queen. Unfortunate for Koon. Nobody's got even anything. Let's see if anybody wants to take a shot at it.
It's so hard for not. You see a pot 5 ways, and only one guy has something. Not even a draw for anybody else. Danny obviously, and that's a sort of a small gutter. That's it. They hit
Well, there
it.
you go. Yep. Only 40,000 in the pot.
For Tang, it's not even a great straight. Jack 10, be the better version. It has checked on every single street thus far. Koon going to try and get a little bit of value for this house that he's built.
Tang hates it.
He knows. Like, what am I calling? What are you betting that I'm beating? You can't have maybe ace-6. That's it. Remember, the aces swing both ways. Otherwise,
Yeah, the ace acts as a 5 in those spots.
Yeah, I was already wary of you. Annoying. That
Kind of hard for me to have big cards.
Hit my stupid gut shot. Annoying.
Just stick it in with Danny with.
Like I stopped this 100% of the time probably, normally, but then he was there. He was just there.
Oh, yeah, man. That's right. It's Poker Go Hold'em time. Play free Texas Hold'em Poker. Yeah, it is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Brent Hank's voice is part of it. Those avatars, Maria Ho, Phil Hellmuth, Daniel Negreanu, Antonio Esfandiari, you can play against them. Did I mention it's free? Yeah, it's free. There's no reason why you shouldn't download it. It's available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to PokerGoHold'em.com.
That's why I don't make the cut. Which cut? The cut. Your cut.
The cut. The varsity team.
You must have been thinking, what the fuck is he staring at?
No, you always stare.
I was only staring at you, though.
I mean, I'm likely to have low cards for sure. Not as likely to have the big ones.
A gambling hand, Queen 10
I think it's
suited. We're all in
120
here, baby.
120.
Right, time to get him back.
128.
Yes, let's get him back. Let's get
Get
him
him back, Danny. I believe in you, buddy.
I can't. No.
Well, I might need to donate them too. Oh yeah.
Greenwood will call.
You lose.
Doesn't have Koon in
Koon
great
dominated.
shape, although wait till you see the equity. It's like 60-40 still.
These are the
I'm
exact
pretty
same
sure.
cards.
It's very close.
Knocked me out of the last one. Paul had Queen 10 of clubs.
I'm ready.
What?
I'm ready.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like me.
There you go.
There you go, indeed. 2 pair for Koon.
Oh.
2 pair for Greenwood.
I can't take it back yet. Brutal.
Brutal indeed.
Greenwood just
Jason Koon.
keeps pipping Koon, yeah.
Jason Koon leaves the mic, walks away. Not sure. I think that was his second I think that was his rebuy already. So I'm not sure if he'll rebuy again or not. We'll see.
Well, he will, because
You
Koon
just want the prize for a big or-
really does believe he's one of the stronger short
no,
deck
that's
players
reasonable.
on the planet. He'll absolutely dive back in here. He
I
believes
like
he has an
CPV.
edge against the field.
Yeah.
I think a lot of these guys would tell you the same thing. He does have an edge.
Some people in the chat seem to really be upset about the dealer suspenders. I mean, far be it from me to tell you what to get upset about and what not to get upset about, but this seems somewhat trivial in 2022.
I'm sorry, the suspenders? I haven't even noticed it. What are we talking about here?
I mean, I noticed that the dealer has suspenders. I don't know. I'm just saying, in the year 2022, I don't want to tell you what to get upset about, but this seems like there's something that probably shouldn't bother you that much. Just going to put that out there.
Suspenders. I mean,
Yeah, see? There you go.
what's wrong with that?
That's not good.
I like I said, whether you like them or not, I don't know. It's in the world that we live in, if this is what bothers you, might I suggest you go get some help?
Ow. Because he wins. He beat you.
Yeah, he crushed me.
He beat you in the game. He beat you in the Don't Smile game.
I'll get him.
Sensei, by the way, says there's not enough suspenders in the world. I'm with you. I like suspenders.
I don't have a problem with suspenders. I'm having a hard time thinking. I don't really understand what the issue is.
Yeah. As I mentioned, in the year 2022, coming out of a pandemic, the world is at war, and suspenders are tilting people. Doesn't feel right. Nonetheless, we continue here at the Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. Chidwick, Ivey, Tang, Greenwood, staring at a Queen 10-7 2-diamond flop.
We've got a superstar at the table.
Tang with a pair and a flush draw.
He really comes well. So sick.
Nobody makes flushes in this game, though. See, I say it. You see what I did there?
I don't know how you summoned the flush. And
I did. I
did. Yeah. Put the jack of diamonds out there. I'd like to see 2 straight flushes.
That's what happens. I made the flush happen.
Let's do it right.
This, by the way, is the 4th flush we've seen in short deck this week. I've been keeping track.
And I won the over. You set the line at 3.5. Well, I've come to collect.
Yeah, you crushed it. You crushed it. I'm all about the short deck. I could cover this every day, Brent.
I don't believe you, David.
I don't know.
Sure.
Well, if Tang was going to get any action, it would have been on the turn. Can't imagine him getting action now.
Let's get real, Tuck. What is your what's your least variant of poker to cover? Are we looking at it?
Hold that thought. No, I don't think so. Hold on a second. Chidwick's going to bet here. Chidwick, by the way, turning a pair of 10s into a bluff.
He is.
It's
not going to work.
I'm going to go on a limb and say it's not going to work. Yeah. Tang has got an absolute monster. It is really, really hard to make a flush in this game, folks. So when you make one, you're not folding one. Certainly not on a when there's only 3 diamonds out there. This will be a raise and an insta-muck from Chidwick in all likelihood. Chidwick has overbet the pot, so maybe that's making Tang think maybe I should just call.
I mean, you got a flush, man.
Yeah.
Put in a little raise. I mean, can't you make it 150, 180, and then fold if Chidwick were to ever shove, knowing that your flush is no good? As ridiculous as that sounds.
Yeah, I don't. I'm with you on that. Here comes the raise. Here comes the insta-muck. Yeah, you know what? I really enjoy covering every variant of poker. Brent?
Yeah.
I have been really lucky in my career that I have, I've been able to cover the Poker Players Championship numerous times, the World Series of Poker, where we get 8 different games. I've covered PLO, I've covered Stud 8. I've covered all the great games, and I actually quite enjoy short deck. I do think the early portions of a short deck tournament are probably more fun to play than they are to commentate on, simply because it is just, there's so many just all-ins,
Yeah. You were very polite about that.
I actually do like short deck at the final table when you see a little bit more of the strategy and the nuance in the game, if you understand what I'm saying.
I hear you. There certainly is a great deal of strategy involved.
You want some?
But early on when everybody's short stack though.
But when I get green tea, I don't get it in the special That's not the green tea I get. They don't give me the glass.
You
part.
tip them?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
You asked for this then.
Well, I don't need to answer my own question. I think I've done that plenty of times. When I told you that we RIP'd Short Deck as a part of our Poker Go Studio majors, it is no longer a variant that will be played. That's
because we play poker.
Enough said out of me.
That's
where I stand.
I'm good. I'm pretty good at squeezing cards, I think.
Oh, you're always welcome. You wanna go?
Not now.
Yeah, later.
Greenwood a little bit tilted because he's not getting his green tea in a nice glass. I don't know, maybe they're giving it to him in a paper cup.
Well, listen, Greenwood.
What's your
deserves that
favorite?
green tea.
What is your favorite variant to cover?
I'm simple, David. No limit hold'em. The Cadillac.
I don't think I got your number anymore, by the way. We were looking
is,
for a cash game player last night.
Very much my favorite.
Was Elton playing?
Yes.
Elton has a number.
But I didn't have
Extremely fascinating game for me.
Short deck or
long deck? Let me see. I might still got
Game that I don't think can be solved. And I'm not saying that, PLO or short deck can be solved, but just watching sort of the great players struggle in spots with no limit hold'em, I think that it's interesting.
No, it certainly is. I mean, I'll tell you, for me, it's not really the variant as much as the event. I mean, sign me up and, the 50k Players Championship at the World Series of Poker, or you get a 250k Super High Roller Bowl, inject that directly into my veins. I love that. I love No Limit Hold'em when I covered the main event at the World Series. That's just amazing. Nothing better than that. It's the stakes. It's what they're playing for. It's what's up for grabs.
It's the 1%, right, too, of poker. You know, only a select few are that good, have accumulated that much wealth in order to participate. And of course, you know, you're going to get your business guys that are worth
What's
infinite.
your name on
Getting out
Pascal?
there, taking shots. To me, that's
Sam
also
Greenwood.
exciting.
I haven't used that stock
Watching
since,
the amateurs
You haven't
compete
used it?
since financial.
against the best players.
But let's see if you got notification.
Kiat
I
Lee
just
has
sent
joined
you
the
a
table
message.
on 222,000 chips for 56 antes. But yeah, I mean, obviously the money is huge, but it's also just like what it means to the player. You know?
Is it easier just taking your WhatsApp?
Is that me? Yeah, WhatsApp's better.
Watching somebody
So you don't mark the cards?
put themselves on the line for something they've
You didn't
wanted
scan
their
the
entire lives.
Me again?
What do you have?
Oh, sorry.
Brandon Sheehy says that short deck is Brendan
Yes.
is favorite to watch and play.
I'm climbing that rank today.
Hey, to each their own, right?
Yeah. I told him I didn't make the cut. Playing my Super A game today.
By blinking your eyes?
No, just hand after hand. I don't think I lost a hand yet. But I had it every time.
It's alright, it's his hobby.
I'll tell you, I quite like commentating on stud. Stud variants, Raz, Stud 8, Stud. Those are all really fun too.
Is Omaha your job or hobby? Is Omaha your job or hobby?
I love the Players'
Somewhere in
Championship.
between.
You mentioned the 50k
This is
PPC.
hobby.
That is,
Oh,
every year that is exciting.
yeah, I've been lucky enough to commentate on that a handful of times, and that's one of those. You wake up in the morning, you see what's on the docket, and you just get excited. From a commentator's perspective, from a fan of the game perspective, you know what's at stake that day. You know what the players are playing for, and you can't help but be excited about that. If that doesn't get you going, then find something else to do.
費事俾佢 barrel 爆我，屌你老母！
Ah, nice bet there from Lee, and
Bet.
quick fold from Danny Tang.
Coco Mac.
Brendan Sheehy does point out something. Yeah, someone who has a show called No Gamble, No
long
Future
deck's your
should
hobby,
love
but you
this
never do it.
variant.
The long deck is your hobby, but you never do it. All you do is
Fair
work.
point, Brendan. A fair
I
point.
played it yesterday.
you have
I
no
played
hobby?
it yesterday 40k.
You talk as if like you giving him short deck action and he should give you.
Oh, yes, PLO you played?
No, I played it yesterday, the cash game.
Oh, cash game.
Do you play cash game?
Hmm?
If I invited you to play cash game, would you come?
Depends.
Call.
I thought you were going to say always.
Oh, he has a baby, you know, or infant now, I suppose.
Don't worry, you still got your seat. You don't have to.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
But you only got a seat on the bracket though. Did you say you got this squeezing
Yeah,
card?
yeah. Well, I don't like squeezing cards at the TV table because, like, then you just.
That's right. We get a private bracket table for you to squeeze.
All in.
All in.
I've been talking too much.
Twice.
Did I show my card?
No.
No, again. I mean, it was
sure.
Chidwick has already made a final table in short deck this week. See if he can go back to back in these events.
Yeah, did you message?
No, you need to message me.
I don't have your number.
You just scan me.
Okay, then give me the thing to scan.
I put it there for like half an hour, bro.
Oh no, I didn't. Oh, I didn't realize. I wasn't just gonna like pick up your phone and start like.
We'll just leave it there.
Yeah, you left, I guess.
Tang is a character. Getting to know him from all the events we've covered. All the Triton stops. Won his bracelet at the World Series a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Animated. Impossible not to like. He and Greenwood are having a little exchange right now, as we could hear. swapping numbers.
Yeah, Sam and his brothers are an interesting group of guys.
A little more.
Okay.
Just over 4.
Yeah, it's all right.
Luke Greenwood, we mentioned him. Used to play a lot of these events. Tremendous player. The other one, Max, back in the day was a poker player.
You okay?
Now he's involved with other endeavors.
I like a lot of these poker
Sharp
players.
Group.
Check.
There's dust on my phone, bro.
Well, he's got a flush draw. See if he can hit it, and he does.
You don't even know how to use WhatsApp, do you?
These guys are making flushes like they're going out of style.
God.
There we go. Thank you.
Check. Check.
Do I need to add your last name, or will you just like?
How do you put a flush on board in short deck? One
Yeah,
ladder
this
to the
guy's
straight flush at that.
Chidwick with a set of 10s, but he can't beat a straight. Can't beat the flush on board. Mike, I mean, he'd be calling just for half the pot. This is not like PLO where you must use 2 cards from your hand. You don't have to use any cards. You can just play the board.
11:30, and I woke up at 10.
So,
Amazingly, Lee, just the third nuts with the king of clubs. The 6 of clubs, lower end of the straight flush, of course. Jack of clubs, the ultimate nutter butter.
Call. Show down, please.
I think he got the
Chidwick
most.
does call.
Yeah, max value for Lee. Nice little check back on the turn. Set that whole thing up.
Chidwick understanding it's 5 clubs out there. It's really hard for its opponent to have a club. But he did, and look who's here. Hello, Carey.
El Jefe.
Everything just surplus.
Katz. He won't miss any of these high roller stops. He's going to travel with the Triton Series, followed by the Super High Roller Series. Sounds to me like Triton is headed to Madrid towards the end of May. I'm sure the majority of these guys are going to go there to play just before the World Series kicks off.
You asked me earlier in the week, you know, what were one of my favorite places to travel to, and Madrid is certainly one of them. If you like food, I mean, good tasting food, Madrid is a great destination for you.
Well, I don't like food, David.
No, I can tell from the way you look. I mean, you're just wasting away there, Brent.
Yeah. Really packing it on lately.
All in.
Need to get it together, you know, just
Telling you, go to Madrid. You'll probably lose weight.
Need to be in shape. I need to get on an exercise regimen. This is ridiculous. Really let it go.
Gary's going to stick it all in there. King 10 of hearts. He's going to get action. Chidwick's going to call this, and almost, and possibly other players will as well. But we know Chidwick's not going anywhere. Ivey folds.
I don't think Chidwick's going anywhere with the ace-10 suited.
Right?
There's something to be said being first all in to just simply win the pot. Rather than calling it off, it's sort of a straight gamble. It is Carey. He's known for being on the tighter side, but he's also going to play these games very well. There is the fold for Chidwick.
Wow.
So by not just moving it all in pre, he allows himself to get away. Tang now, similar sort of gamble opportunity, right?
What a huge win for Carey if he gets everybody to fold. I mean, you see here, just 55-43. I mean,
Okay, what you do?
and I you know what? I think he genuinely
made you sweat that one.
I think he's absolutely genuine there. I don't care what you do.
All
The
three
best
of them.
hand. I wasn't sweating.
No, all three of them. I said made you. Yeah.
I had a good hand. I wasn't concerned.
Do you
I
have
think
any-
it is short. It is
King
short
10
good.
suited.
Do you have any of these guys behind?
Huh?
King 10 suited.
That could be in the vicinity. Makes you think King 10 suited. You got King Queen Jack.
No. I had pocket 7.
Oh. I'm just bizarre that you would just say King 10 suited.
Was I right?
Yeah, you're right. That's weird.
How did he get that right?
Yeah, one of those.
All the hands you could
not
have
sure if I
guessed.
want to call phase, but then don't want to give too much away, otherwise you look weak.
Now he had. Do you have any of these guys behind?
Huh? Yeah.
Oh, I thought. Man, my reads are off today. I thought your face was. I don't want to go back to the edge desk face.
I don't want. I never want to go there.
因為你好似好多，我好似好少，但係其實我多過你。
因為我氣勢。
Carey left his hat at home.
Call.
If you are accustomed to seeing him, you're accustomed to seeing him with his lucky hat. This week, though, it has been the luscious locks of hair we have seen on Carey's head. Carey
I like
limps in with the ace-9.
picture as well. He's got the shades cooking there. Very rarely have you ever seen him in sunglasses, unless he's vacationing with the family. Some tropical paradise.
Carey with a straight draw here. He's got a double gutter. He can catch a 10 or a 6. Kind of a sneaky one you might not see.
Yeah, that's the power of ace-9 suited because of those two-way straight draws that you're able to acquire. He might take a little stab here now. Gonna give Ivey the opportunity. I mean, Ivey's got one of the worst hands you can possibly be dealt. Jack 6 considered the 7 deuce, Queen 6 not too far behind. And there it is, Hefe. That's how you make it straight with the ace-9. Remember, the 5 swings both ways. It goes low.
Even this small little bet, unlikely to get called. Ivey, no interest whatsoever. Take it down, Carey, and Carey's up to 156,000. It happens quick in this game. Carey's evolution as a poker player is really remarkable. I think people just assumed when he first started playing that he was, the businessman, he was a spot in the game. But he has shown over the last few years that he's got some poker chops and he's been quite good.
I mean, Arthur played that day, and then there was like.
Well, early on when he first started playing these high rollers and all these events came into fruition.
I mean, a lot of people left, right?
I think he would be one of the first to tell you he was not elite in those games. He was a spot. He was a bit of a dog, but he's just wired in a way that,
Is he playing?
sort of obsessed with
so Webster left, Ivan left.
getting good at this game, and that's exactly what he's done. And he's also done it with his own sort of style.
He had just always booked his flights for like these days.
Oh, okay.
He is, I think, the best short stack player on the planet. Gives Helmuth the run for his money when it's all said and done in that regard. And here we go. Yeah, big hands.
Yeah, Ivey all in, Chidwick all in behind him. So this will be a big flip. 386,000. Chidwick in the lead right now. A little bit more on Carey after this hand. Carey on the left side of your screen. Chidwick, Ivey, two of the legends of the game. There's a queen. There's the ace, and that is all she wrote for Ivey. And it looks like Ivey's got one more reload button, or no. He's used them all up. I imagine he'll rebuy. Yeah, I think that's the case with when I think about Carey, as we watch the Hall of Famer Phil Ivey walk away. Remember, he just won the 50k PLO event, so don't cry for him. He's doing okay. He's having a good week. When I think about these businessmen, you know, these ridiculously successful businessmen who are poker players as well, you realize how competitive they are. I mean, it's the only way they would be so successful in other aspects of their life. So it just makes a lot of sense that they would take that and bring it to the poker table as well.
Huh?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, Tuck. Great points.
The Viking.
Experience also pays dividends, you know, when you're constantly playing in high rollers.
Is he with us?
And he, you know, he's so competitive. He absolutely does not want to lose. You watch a guy, when he takes a beat, you know it. You know, he gets pissed off. So competitively driven. But that experience factor, putting himself up against the best players, the 1% on the planet, it's inevitable, right? You have to improve. You are going to improve no matter what. And he has done that time and time again, continues to get better. But once a spot, no longer.
No, he is. He can play this game, that's for sure. There's no doubt about that. I mean, there are probably a couple of businessmen out there that I have seen time and time again enter these, and they don't seem to improve. So I don't know if you have to improve. I want to give Carey a little bit more credit than that, because I don't think you have to improve. I've watched some people not improve.
Well, let's call him out, Tuck.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Let's really put you on the spot here.
Yeah, I'm not going to do it. Okay. Poker players don't do that. You don't call out people. That's just not something you do.
I mean, a tournament that has
No need for it. But I just put it out there, though. I just say, I don't think you just automatically become better because you play.
Be the same for
It's a good point.
250K or whatever.
It's not a given.
250 is really, really high.
This tournament's going to be 250K for some people. Potentially.
I do appreciate you trying to get me to call him out.
You know, a little dirt, Tuck. I just wanted to get a little dirt out of you. You took the high road as a true professional.
We're at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus for the Super High Roller Series Europe 2022.
Or level 8?
Level 8.
Got five-way action. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action as we look at this Ace King 9 board. Nobody in love with this flop. Tang does have top and bottom pair.
Check.
A great point from the chat. Paul Phua, another businessman who's improved immensely. That is very good observation from Kelly Allen in the chat.
Yeah, Paul is really good at short. He's really good at short tech, by the way. This is a game that he's really quite good at. Plays a ton of it. They'll play this game tournament style and cash games, by the way. Chidwick way behind.
Check.
A king and a king only. Yeah, certainly had a little backdoor potential. He's toast now.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. This seems like an odd. It seemed like an odd call on the flop. Ace, king, 9, 1 diamond, 5-way action.
Well, flushes have been hot, Tuck. Maybe you missed that memo.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Never give up on a flush, you know? 3 to it.
Check.
Interestingly enough, Chidwick actually got the run out where he could theoretically bluff at it.
Check's good.
Check. Showdown.
But Tang is going to get the showdown and win it. Both players still over 500,000 chips. Both players very healthy. I think we might have one more hand before we go to a short break. People in the chat wondering where Phil Ivey is. He did bust out. I imagine he will rebuy.
I miss Ivy. I'd like to have him back, Tuck.
We've had a lot of them this week. He's now made 5 final tables. He's won 2 events in Northern Cyprus.
I can't. I have 7s.
He's made a lot of deep runs.
7s. I check it's too much.
Just range, check raise.
But you can never have too much, Phil
If
Ivey.
you run into 9, so be it.
Gustavo wondering where Jason Koon is. Jason Koon also has been eliminated.
Okay, guys, the short deck finish shortly around 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break, short deck.
A lot of pretty hands. Lee now, ace king. He might just grip and rip. 36,000 out there already.
All in?
Question,
Yep, there it is.
Question becomes, does Hefe decide to want to gamble with king queen off? That's a quick fold. Tang, he's got to fold the queen 10 suited. Stuff and collect for Lee.
Yeah. And that shove from Lee will take us to the break. Let's get a quick glance at the leaderboard before we head out. Super High Roller Series, the 50K short deck. This is day 1 coverage. Danny Tang, Stephen Chidwick, healthy with over 500,000 chips. Got a quick 9-minute break. See you then.
One of poker's most prestigious high roller tournaments is back. With a $300,000 price of admission and a $3.6 million first place prize, luring 36 of the game's elite to a 3-day fight on the felt. But only one will follow in the footsteps of Brian Rast, Rainer Kempe, Christoph Vogelsang, and Justin Fonamo as the next champion. Their journey starts tonight at the 5th installment of the Super High Roller Bowl.
Is protect yourself at all times. I got to bet, yes.
That was grimy. And I feel like it's grimy in a cash game to say you got me or you got it or I can't call or any of these sorts of things.
If you look somebody in the eyes and you're like, you got me, and then you get a read and you're, no, you don't call. Yes, it's a little grimy, but at the same time, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for angle shots, but it is protect yourself at all times.
So fair or foul?
Always say, foul in an icky moral way.
Fair in a technical way?
I don't know if it can be defined with just the fair and foul. It's gross, but it is protect yourself at all times. Make sure they fold if you're out there, if you're not sure.
Mikita's not looking to protect himself as he has flatted Negranu's 5K open with 2 9s, or perhaps it is in the interest of protecting himself, or his chips rather.
I can really do it.
Not looking to bloat it pre.
I was thinking like either bet in the dark or check in the dark, but none makes sense.
Bet in the dark would be sick.
Neither makes sense.
Like throw out 15K, that'd be sick.
15, just bet 5 in the dark? I don't know, man. I have to look, see what comes. Okay, we've got some to work with here, right? You and me. Let's go. We got 6s, we got 7s, we got 8s, we got straight draws, we got flush draws, we got all kinds. So what we got to do here is put 1 blue chip in. Go ahead.
5-9.
I can think of a card that would create some spiciness.
Or more. It's up to you.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. Definitely.
And that, of course, the king of clubs.
Okay, I know. I'm not asking for advice.
And the next table to break.
Yeah, I did, though. Yeah, he's a Oh, man. You don't like that bet?
So,
I
so
can't
our
ask
table's the
them.
next to break. It is the next turn. So in the event that we break it,
Against the rules.
Rules. Bad's ways his options.
You should. 16.
Comes with 16.
Fine. 16,000. This guy, I knew it. I knew this frickin' flop. He was
Daniel calls. No, Daniel under the gun
don't do it
here.
to me, man.
Kind of
Come
wrapping
on, I got
a
good
big pair.
cards.
He can have some of the stuff like this, but
Give me what I need.
does have some big pairs here, given this line. And wow, in she comes.
And Negreanu knuckles, by the way, turns the stone nuts, and it's going to look a lot like he's worried about the four-liner here with his range.
Of course. Negreanu can have 10-10. He can have the Jack-10 suited.
Feel it. So good.
I think Bats bets this, Nick.
Right now.
It's a great hand.
10 seconds.
We see.
Yeah, buddy.
It's a little under a 3-to-1 dog running into the absolute disaster bazooka of the world.
You think he just checks back so he can call all bets on the end?
Aces, kings, and queens are now bowing out. We might be well served to check.
Nines full on the end.
The turn
Makita
brought it away.
The turn and
the river brings it back in, and yeah, tough one for Daniel.
Switch it up now.
It's actually going to be tough for Daniel to give Makita credit for a boat. The nut straight is strong here.
Not that many boats, Ollie. Exactly right. It's very strong.
I played good cards.
That's right. That's some very
pretty good cards. Good card.
60,000.
That's really bad news for me.
60?
Ooh, I was going to do it to you really, for real, on the turn. I was really going to do it to you on the turn. All right, I need a minute for this one.
If he folds this, Ollie,
And what did you bet on the flop?
I'll be pretty blown
16,
away.
16, 32. Well, none of that matters. You either got it or you don't. Question is, what could you have that?
10 seconds.
It is under the gun one.
Full house makes
Guarding
a
the
lot of
positions.
sense, right?
7-handed.
I'm going to use one of these because I'm going to take my time. So, full house. Which full house? Let's see. 7s or 8s? 7s or 6s? 6s or 7s. You would check back the turn for sure. 60,000 now. I think my hand might be too good to fold, but ho-hum.
Let it go one time, Daniel.
What do you have, though? Raise me on that flop. Not that, because you bet that. Yeah, I think you just have a full house, bro.
Whoa.
Or a really solid, crazy next level bluff. Or maybe you just have a 10.
That's the thing. It's weird.
See the deer.
10 seconds.
Does he come with this?
I still haven't made up my mind yet, so I'll use it.
No, he comes with the second time
Sure, why
extension.
not?
So, get on in 6. I raised, that was the button, so I was on you. You don't have. Budyakovsky, good player. Good player. I bet less I would have paid a long time ago. Now,
60 into
I'm
47.
gonna try to win, like you said. You know? I'm trying to win. Otherwise, I wouldn't use 2 of those.
10 seconds.
Oh, do it, Daniel. What a fold. Awesome.
Wow.
7s or 6s? 4s? Find out.
6.
Beauty.
Oh, wow.
Oh, what a rough spot for Jake.
Cooler alert.
Yeah.
And on this sort of texture, it is real tough to see a path.
What happened pre-Ollie? Do you have a
Yeah, Smith
line?
opened to 4,500. Schindler 3-betted to 14,000. Smith just baiting his man. Flats. Doesn't look to get any more in there pre. Now he is knuckled. And Smith is just thinking maximization here. What line will be the one that yields the most profit?
10 seconds.
These cards just don't rate to have connected with Jake. And flats. Board pairs on the turn, and the 7's not supposed to help anyone.
So ugly for Schindler, yeah. Everybody's been in this spot a million
You
times.
do Snapchat?
Not really.
Deeply or aged?
Yeah.
I was told I was too old for it. I don't
Nah, not too old.
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I already have Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of it. I mean, Instagram has all that anyway. If you want to do that, yeah.
They stole it, right?
Yeah, they did steal it.
There's 30 pairs above the 7 that we beat.
Facebook has stolen too.
Yeah. Snapchat's useless.
6 that we
What
don't.
Run to the market, nothing. Oh, they have filters.
Yeah, they
One that we
have some
chop
cool
with.
filters.
Some hands that have an 8 in it that aren't even paired. A little bit. Just a really rough spot for Mr. Schindler, and
What's the bet?
you empathize. Been there. But he's done pretty well for himself, and maybe he'll hit a king. But, yeah.
Well, the bell tolls for Jake Schindler, who
Yeah, it's
has
for
no
home.
add-ons. $28K, second barrel. And this...
No, Nietzsche working a little bit, by the way, kind of giving Smith the once-over. Not even in the hand. Maybe he's just looking at something else, but I think he's kind of eyeing this pot, you know, paying attention. Looks at Dan, looks at Jake.
By the way, if I'm Schindler, I'm feeling pretty good about 2 kings right now.
Oh, yeah. Kind of looks like 10s and 7s for Dan. Something like this,
Maybe
of course.
jacks.
I mean, it's, you know, Smith opened under the gun. Doesn't even have the goofiness. And
this
the
is an
saving
awful
grace,
card for
perhaps.
Smith. He makes aces full, but just a ton of action.
It's interesting because we'd love King Queen to keep barreling, yet I would gravitate towards leading here because Kings and Queens just simply shut it down. Jacks as well. Maybe Dan just leads. I don't know how.
And it could look like a desperate lead, by the way, if he did, as we see him
Weird.
check, right?
It's one of these spots where he's not going to lead. He doesn't have a lot of bluffs here, but it's a spot where I just want to lead with aces full and check a lot of most other stuff. And I know that's unbalanced and bad, but it comes up so rarely. I don't know if Schindler's just taking off with something like 2 Broadway cards. Maybe King still can try to get value, which is pretty sweet if we're Dan. We have all sorts of checks on the end. It's great to have great hands in our checking range, of course, but...
Do we take the ace X's out of Smith's range at this point if we're Schindler? I feel like we can and maybe go for value, right?
Ace of spades and another spade is possible.
So the peel with ace big of spades.
Ace king is allowed to just still have fought. Even ace queen can fight a little bit. Something like ace 6 suited is, I guess.
We are back. The 2022 Super High Roller Series. We're in northern Cyprus at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. The 50,000 short deck. Day 1 coverage. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. And look at that. Just an absolutely gorgeous hotel. Take a look at our featured table. It's a new featured table. Ooh. That's right. Sang, Nikita Badzukowski, Chris Brewer, Lun Loon, Jason Koon. As we look at our Merit Poker feature table leaderboard.
We got the Loon, we got the Koon, we got the magical mullet. That is Chris Brewer, and of course Elton Sang. What a party. What a shirt here for the Milkman as well. Makita rocking something fancy.
Yeah, Makita won an event earlier this week. He just absolutely dominated the short deck tournament. Defeated Phil Ivey in that one. It was Makita, Phil Ivey, Jason Koon. And the Milkman won that one going away. Came to that final table with over 50% of the chips in play and just never looked back. Just a reminder, we are back at it tomorrow.
Yes, we are. Ivy is not out. He is in an outer table. We believe he rebought, got back in this thing.
I want to thank you all for joining us. Regardless of where you might be watching, if you are watching on the Poker Go YouTube channel, that's where we're paying attention to the chat.
That's actually funny. I got you.
Brewer all in. Koon very happy
Just ship the
to
pot
stick
this
his
way,
chips in
guys.
there, and
There's just no way he's holding you.
I don't know, bro.
No way. You don't just get aces and get to win now. Queen, queen.
There should be a sweat.
Jack of hearts.
9.
Jack of hearts.
Oh.
No.
I have
Kinda
nuts.
like average.
And a queen.
I have nuts.
You have nuts?
Yeah, Jack King.
I have nuts. 95.
What, Jack King? Yeah. I'm thinking to shove.
You could feel it that you were getting called.
It's a triple.
Yeah, King Jack, you triple.
Yeah.
Triple up.
It's suited. I shove. It's offsuit.
Yeah.
I fold.
Do that.
Oh. When you laughed, I thought you had something like bad. You It's not the way you looked at it. I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I was aiming them at you.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, this is outrageous. It's like, what
I
suited?
feel like I dissolved a wall of sand there.
Yeah.
some good audio coverage of Elton blowing his nose. And that one.
Really nice nasal cavity, though, right? I mean, that was a solid blow.
Yeah, I'm concerned about his ability to blow his nose, but no longer.
He got it all out.
Brent Hanks, David Zuckman here for the Super High Roller Series.
It's like full
No,
65.
This is all leading up to the $250,000 Super High Roller Bowl, April 13th, 14th, and 15th. All the action here. Make sure you join it. Join us. Don't miss a minute. King 10-6, 3 spades out there. Brewer with the best hand right now. Also has the best draw with the Jack of Spades. Just a reminder, if you missed it earlier on, Phil Ivey, the legend that is Phil Ivey, making his 5th final table and winning his 2nd event in Northern Cyprus.
The GOAT. It is not even a question. Greatest player ever. And he is back with a vengeance. The question still looms. What sort of showing, participation will Ivey have at this year's World Series of Poker? We'll find out. About a month away. Hard to believe, right, Tuck? The World Series just about here.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a weird, past 12 months or so. Feels like we just had the World Series, and we kind of did,
They don't know about you, how strong you are at rapping.
They're going to chop that one up. Continue on. But yeah, that World Series of Poker, it's an interesting year as well.
Yeah, he does.
We're leaving the Rio,
English
and the World Series will be at Bally's and Paris. So it'll be on the Strip pretty much.
Yeah.
For the first time ever.
Much of a skill.
Okay.
We're back to the normal dates, though.
I'll do a karaoke.
Essentially,
I'm not
May
Loaded,
30th
absolutely
through
loaded karaoke group.
July 18th,
Why
19th.
Ken, Paul,
Average temperature about $1.20
Ivan.
throughout the
Those
summer.
dudes can sing. Can you sing? Nah.
Not really.
Can you sing?
Maybe when I'm drunk I can.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely get in the box.
Like, couldn't care less if it was like on the right tune or not.
Guys talking about karaoke. Are you a karaoke guy?
It's been a while, but, you know, I don't mind a little karaoke action.
Oh,
Get in there
Brewers
and
all
sing
in here.
Guns N' Roses. Speaking of Guns N' Roses, Brewer looks like Axl Rose, the lead singer.
I mean, I guess if you close both eyes and squint.
It's just the hair. You know, he's got the auburn sort of summerish hair, the mullet style. It looks, you know, he looks like he could be the lead singer of the Guns N' Roses.
Sure. I'll play that game. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
So getting back to the World Series of Poker, Brent, are you happy about the move?
23 entries.
To Bally's and Paris? Are you worried?
Yep. It's getting smaller.
Concerned maybe about parking?
There's a lot of tournaments already here.
I'm not worried about any of that, and I'm thrilled with the move. I really am. I think we will miss the Rio in many ways, but you know, they have a ton of parking.
Yeah, maybe too.
It's really not, I don't think, going to be an issue. What we will have, and I think it's fascinating, is foot traffic, unlike ever before, as it is centrally located. You're going to have more spectators, you know, curiosity, folks wondering, what is going on over here? What is this all about?
Yeah.
And I think that's
which is good, which is great for the game. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, you think about Benny Binion's vision many, many years ago when he realized that poker was a spectator sport, whether it's a sport or not, I don't want to get into that argument. But when he realized that there were fans of the game that wanted to watch, and he put it out there for people to watch, and people did just watch, and he made it accessible to the masses. I do think that's a huge positive about putting the World Series on the Strip. I will say there is nothing about the Rio that I'm going to miss. I'm going to come out and say it. Yeah, there's nothing about it I'm going to miss. I'm thrilled that it's going to be at Bally's in Paris.
I just love that it was all under one roof, you know. I'm going to miss the sort of fraternity-like feeling that the Rio had to offer. I really am.
Yeah, okay. Listen, I've heard that. I know Daniel Negreanu tweeted about it a few days ago. He talked about how he's going to miss the Rio. And he put it out there. He's like, we're all going to miss it. You guys don't know how good you had it. I don't know. Am I really going to miss the fact that Hash House is never open?
Well, hey, listen, you're not wrong
I found
there.
That was more
Hours are
tilting
so
than the
bizarre.
suspenders.
Yeah.
And my only assumption was that the whoever ran the Hash House just doesn't like money. Just never made any sense to me.
I don't understand the ins and outs of the Hash House. The operation.
Donnie Peters in the chat
hours.
says, need Hanks to fill us in on Brewer's haircut. He thinks it's a bet. Is this true?
That is a bet. I believe it's $5K a month to grow out that mullet.
I've never played this
between.
before.
It's fun.
I don't know if it's
First time.
a Hefe or if there's a couple of people on there that
250K
were
used to
just
get
looking
really
for
big, but I think this one, I
the
don't
mullet
know.
growth.
Doesn't feel like it's going to be
But
very
yeah,
big.
he's definitely getting some sort of stipend, and he's incentivized to grow that sucker.
That's
They only get
fantastic.
at least like 5 extra buy-ins when they know I'm entering.
Lone is all in
Right.
play with the ace-10.
You made a final table if we told what you played, haven't you?
How much money would you need?
Yeah.
I don't think that's the big selling point.
Yeah, I'm not buying it. I told you the other night I'm done buying that shit.
Grow a mower?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to be a lot cheaper than $5K a month. That's for sure.
I'm still
gonna
pretty
say, a couple
amazed on
$100
like,
a month?
how many cards I got dealt that night in the cash game. It's like I
That
think
was
it's
the craziest thing.
I think it's probably I can't
You got me for
remember
$1,000.
one other time in like such a short period where it ran like that. You know.
That's fun.
Yeah.
For a grand. Maybe it's not
Like
5 a
crazy.
month. Maybe it's 5K total. That would make sense.
Donnie Peter says 5,000 per month. I got 5,000 for 18 months total. Man, I got ripped off.
No,
You did.
I think Donnie's right. I think it's more like a 5K. I'll give you $5,000 if you grow it for a year, sort of deal.
You got ace queen? King king?
Even better.
That was a big hand.
There have been some ridiculous prop bets in poker throughout the years. Look, we could talk about those and short deck on day one as we look at our Merit Poker leaderboard. Sang still pacing the field at 568,000. The Milkman on 417. The Mullet, Chris Brewer on 248. Jason Koon just trying to put together some scratch there. Still under 200,000.
Bruh. 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 Oh, bruh.
And this is a straight draw for Sang. Remember, the 5s do swing low. Or excuse me, the aces swing low, representing a 5 in this instance.
Bodziakowski in a tank here. 70,000 in there. He's facing a 15,000 chip bet. He's got the best hand right now.
He does. He's
But it
just
looks
in a
like he's a
really
little bit
strange
wary.
spot. Have to be concerned.
Sang with the straight draw, but we can see the 9 would be no good as it would give Loon a full house.
Yeah, and he's a little bit suspect having multi-way action. The aggressor on the flop, he shuts it down. Maybe a little concerned someone could have an 8.
And somehow, some way, the Kings hold up. Not something you see a lot of. And Bodziakowski is going to bet. He thinks his Kings are best. Going for a little bit of value here. He's so good at poker. Man. So getting back to the ridiculousness of all the prop bets we have seen, is Loon going to do something here?
Well, Loon just doesn't seem to believe. Obviously, he'd be turning a nines into a bluff if he ever were to raise.
He's going to pay him off, though.
Wow. Beauty.
That's really pretty. That's well done there from Baldzikowski, and gets the respect from Loon. Loon down to 170. Baldzikowski back up to about a 500,000 chips. The most infamous, or one of them, of all the prop bets out there, as we've seen. See, the PokerGo Hold'em app is available. That's right. You can play free Texas Hold'em. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGo Hold'em, available now in the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to pokergohold'em.com. Bill Perkins, Jeff Gross.
I was wondering what your favorite prop bet has been along the years.
Well, I mean, there have been some ridiculous ones. I mean, the Antonio Esfandiari one where he had to, did he have to crouch or something, or couldn't leave the
Just
table?
The water bottle under the table.
Yeah, that
a little
one.
Trouble. Yeah, I think it was he had to like lunge to every single place he went to, and including the bathroom. I don't remember the details of the story. Bill Perkins finds himself involved in all of the more ridiculous prop bets, though. That was certainly one of them.
Brewers all in. By the way, pretty good shout here from Johnny Hunter with Brewer and the mullet. He says Cam Smith went straight from the Masters to the poker table.
Very nice. Brewer, Cam Smith, Kenny Powers, Billy Ray Cyrus. There's a few mullets out there that are large and in charge.
Loon doesn't like what he sees here. Ace Queen, Ace King, not as big a dog in short deck as it might be in No Limit Hold'em. A lot of chop outs here. No chop. Ace King
Not
plays.
one of them.
No.
Brewer with the big hold.
Yeah, Brewer up to 433,000. Loon has been eliminated. But yeah, the Bill Perkins, Jeff Gross one, and as you mentioned, Bill Perkins seems to be involved in most of these huge prop bets where Jeff Gross got paid a six-figure sum to put a tattoo of Bill Perkins' choice on himself.
Tattoo still there? Do we know?
I think so. I don't know. I think the rule was he had to keep it for 5 years. I'm pretty sure it's been the 5 years already. I don't know if he's kept it or not. I don't know why he'd get it removed. It's really small. Have you ever been involved in a prop bet of sorts? Anything significant?
Nothing significant, no. I tried to instigate one with Daniel Negreanu by going vegan for a calendar year. And he did not entertain the offer.
You were going to go vegan for a year?
I was going to go vegan for a year, Tuck. Yeah.
What was the?
I wanted to give it. I wanted to give it a whirl.
How much were you looking for?
Well, I threw it out to him. Make me an offer to go vegan for a year. We never really came to a price. I mean, I was not going to do it for very cheap. That's for sure.
I know Jamie. Interestingly enough, I know Jamie Kerstetter went vegan for a year. Bill Perkins, once again, was on the other side of that one. And I believe she got paid $10,000 to go vegan for a year.
Oh, yeah. See, I'd need to do it for more. I can't. I mean, that's a big change in my, carnivorous diet.
Yeah, you need meat. You're a meat guy. I can tell.
I mean, that bet would hurt. That would sting. Trying to tell me I can't have a nice ribeye?
You can't even have cheese.
Yeah, see, that's a problem. That's a
no
problem.
Cheese.
Dishes with butter.
We've got about 20 minutes left in our broadcast today. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. the final table of this coverage. And look who's back. Jason Koon.
Welcome back.
Yeah, and there you go. Yeah, Esfandiari had to lunge everywhere at the PCA for 48 hours to win 50,000.
Wow, 50 grand to lunge everywhere for 48 hours. I mean, that's. I still don't understand how it resulted in him going to the bathroom under the table and into a canister.
He was so tired.
Or some. So he, out of fatigue, he had to go. He just couldn't get up. He couldn't feel his legs.
Yeah. He just couldn't bear to. He just couldn't bear to lunge to the bathroom. He was that exhausted. So instead, yes, he went to the bathroom under the table and got DQ'd from the tournament in the process.
Very interesting.
At least the rules were, held in check, whereas
This is
another
not mine. This
poker
is
player I
his.
can think of, whenever rules are broken, seems to get away with it every single time. Typically,
who are you talking about?
It involves language, of course.
Who are you talking about?
Well, I mean,
okay.
No names.
No worries.
Jason Koon's all in with queens.
This is table 3.
This is table 3?
Yeah, he had 1-3. Yes.
Paul Jakowski and Tang, both with the.
How much is that?
10-9 suited.
175.
I mean, I guess if you're going to get called by one 10-9 suited, you might as well get called by both.
Let you live.
See if he lets me live, is the question.
Koon about a 2-1 favorite, and Koon
Big hand.
does.
Live another day.
Very big hand. Wanted all the action.
Jack 10 suited. You want all the action?
No, I just wanted one piece of action. It'd be great. Never want all the action, do you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, queens are looking pretty fucking good right there, to be honest.
I agree. Good hand.
You are watching the 2022 Super High Roller Series. We're in Northern Cyprus. I want to thank our sponsors, Luxon Pay. Donnie Peters says, yeah, Antonio couldn't move, physically couldn't walk, could only make it to the tournament room because he had his wife walk with him with a rolling chair alongside that he could take breaks in. It's weird. That just doesn't seem that hard to me, lunging for 48 hours straight. I feel like I could do that without, just falling apart physically. I mean, is Antonio in that bad shape? Or was he at that point?
I mean, I think lunges are pretty difficult, right? You do it for 48 hours. Every time you go somewhere, you have to lunge. That sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, but you're not constantly moving. I don't know. It doesn't seem that hard to me. 50K, sign me up.
Yeah, well.
Never seen a man more dead.
That's 50 grand. I'm certainly going to try and lunge everywhere I can go.
And then queen. Listen to that.
Yeah, both players.
Bro, I said 10-9-8 queen is what I said. How sick is that?
Van Crevelin all in with the ace jack. It is good right now. Oh!
Sean Wintoff's coaching you?
Bro, that was spooky. I looked at him, I said, I've never seen a man more dead.
10-9-8 queen.
And then I said 10-9-8 queen. Sick. That's gross.
That's male.
Brewer with the double up. Van Crevelin loses 100,000. Renee Van Crevelin is going to use another one of those reload cards. Get another 100,000. Go right back at it. See if he can get a little luckier.
Brewer's got himself a little pile cooking over there. Accumulating early.
Yeah.
Yeah,
550.
So you cover.
425.
Be safe. Better to be careful. Just in case two guys go all in, I can fold.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I assure you, ace-jack suited
close
is
to
not
the
going to
money.
be a fold.
We're like 10 places up from the money.
At his cursed hand, I just want everybody to fold. Same suits and everything. Ace-jack diamond.
Jason Koon finished
Jane.
third in
Oh,
a short
no.
deck event earlier this week.
Oh no! Oh yeah.
So many old no's.
We are live.
Is it a multi-violin or what?
Probably. That's what it sounds like.
That's a funny level. 510 with the bullets.
Oh god, this is like the get shredded, get cooked level.
Yeah. You just like you just hear screaming all across the room. I feel like Paul is the most fun on this level of anyone.
Imagine having billions of dollars and it hurting so bad to bust a 50K.
I feel like it doesn't for him. I think he just finds it all like fun.
Yeah. I don't know. He really wants to win.
Yeah. I think it holds KOE more though.
Yeah, that's true.
Paul, like, it holds. He wants to win, but yeah, he's having mainly fun. KOE's dying inside. Can't believe it. These idiots all holding against him.
Day one of the short deck. We get rid of the deuces, the threes, the fours, and the fives in this game. Flushes beat, full houses, no blinds. Everybody plays with antes, the button antes twice. You'll see this one three ways. The Milkman, the Mullet, and Jason Koon.
Ooh. Another massive flop. Royal draw Badzikuski. A hammer.
Yeah, that is a heck of a flop there for Badzikuski. 80% of a royal. Really difficult to come up with a card that misses everybody.
Well, you found one.
Yeah, I mean, you got both sides of the straight draw covered. Koon's going to get rid of the ace-6. Badzikowski's certainly not going to fold this. At least I don't think.
Certainly cannot fold. Remember, flushes beat full houses. Even if we're worried we're up against some sort of 10 or a boat, we can still get there.
I got excited. I saw a red ace, and I thought, did we just go royal? Did we just go royal? That would get me excited. Nonetheless, though, the Milkman does make Broadway. He hits the straight. He's going to check. Let Brewer bluff at it. Or maybe value own himself.
Brewer just obviously nothing but 9 high. I think he has to bluff in this spot, and he's not. That's a really nice shutdown.
I can't beat King
by Brewer.
Oh, he was trapping me.
Brewer just said, I can't beat anything you might have.
Very tight check back here.
Flop? Pre-flop. Very tight, very careful. Too careful.
No more trapping you then.
And no more trappy, nope.
I'm glad no diamond. Not that I had one, but just not that I had a flush, but I'm just glad no diamond. I had exactly one.
That's when you fear him the most. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
It's pretty easy, I guess, man.
Yeah.
Action on Koon. He's got 9s.
How much you got behind?
200.
All in.
Fuck, I can't remember this one. It might be a small torch for me to call, so I'm going to be careful. But I think I'm maybe supposed to call. I fold.
What is it?
What's like maybe a torch, but maybe a call here?
Check turn. Ace 9s.
I would have fucking called that.
Nice. Come
I think
on.
it's close, man. I think it's close.
Yep,
If he's actually, if he's not just jamming everything.
You have 40 annies? It might be a call,
He's
yeah.
supposed to just have a bunch of fucking ace wheel offsuit, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to just have like ace 7 off.
Yeah. I mean, if you're just slamming king queen suited, it gets pretty bad pretty quick. But
Yeah. He's not raising but jamming, you know, king jack suited.
I know.
makes sense.
I know. So I said it might be a torch. So. I would have called your ass, Makita. I would have called you just quick. It's whatever. Show me ace 7 off.
Yeah, I think I told him it's definitely call.
Yeah. I wasn't slow roll.
No, I'm just thinking.
Little glimpse into some strategy talk there from Jason Koon.
35.
They've done the work. Koon's got king queen.
He might be considering ramming it home
All in.
at 195. There it is.
That's exactly what he's going to do. All in for 200.
What is it?
200.
I don't think I'm getting away. 125, 200, 40 antes. 7, 33, yeah.
I think
There's
I've
the call.
dominated. No, we're flipping.
Not too bad.
No. No, what am I, 48?
There's a king. Bodziakowski looking for a
9 of
queen right
diamonds.
now, or an ace.
8 of diamonds is a little safer, right?
How about the 8 of hearts?
Am I Nostradamus?
It's all good until
Jack of
it's not.
spade? Bro, I swear I was going to say the Jack of spades. 200.
The 9 of clubs.
Oh, man. I had a
Koon
good
with the
feeling
full
about my
double up to
hand.
420,000.
Would it have won?
Bodziakowski
Jack
down at
7,
302.
That'd be a
That's
hell
a
of
really
call.
optimistic good feeling.
It just beats the shit out of it.
I did have a good feeling about the hand, though. I was just like, maybe not a little too crazy there, though. Jack 7.
Dude, I don't think how many one of these short deck tournaments go. You just have like 700k, and then you get to the 5k, 6k level, you just double everyone up.
Nothing matters.
Yeah. Like, oh, I'm doing so well today. Here's my chips, everyone.
Ivy had a great like one-liner. He's like, how many in for? And I was like, eh. And he's like, some days you're that guy.
It's been a battle today for Jason. He has back-to-back third-place finishes here at the 2022 Super High Roller Series. Today he's been battling, but he's finally up over 400,000 chips. Badziakowski now down below 300,000. Bottom two here for Van Krevelen.
And in short deck, yeah, we love having two pair, of course. Bottom two,
Somehow
very
gets it
vulnerable
through.
and fortunate to not be up against anything. Both players have to fold.
Yeah, it's a good shout, Hanks. I mean, when you get called, I think people just don't realize with a stripped down deck with no deuces, threes, fours, and fives, if your opponent is in there, there just aren't as many bricks. They're not going to miss as much. So. Just a reminder, we are back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern time.
You know,
We'll
when I'm
have
playing
this
online,
event.
like I
We'll have the
a
final
of short
table
deck
for
and
you.
Full deck. I'm switching the full deck tables from the big blinds into real money.
Yeah.
Just because like it's easy to go all in 50 VB.
Yeah. You gotta do something to keep them
Oh.
all. But put them on different screens or make one a
Akita,
different
you
color
have like
background.
250 now?
290.
And Elton, you got a bunch, and Chris.
I have like 500.
About 500.
Okay. All in.
So sick.
Koon's all in.
375.
Same hand, 3 times in a row.
Can you give me a count, please?
You got it, man. 410.
Koon has Badziakowski covered. Badziakowski has
tough
jacks.
spot. Tough spot for
What is it,
Badziakowski.
410?
Again, jacks just, they shrivel up in the face of an all-in in this game. Essentially having, like, as Koon described it to me one time, every pocket pair is essentially devalued by 2 pips, with the exception of maybe aces. But if you think of it that way, jacks more like having, 2 9s here in this spot. You're basically always flipping. Very rarely are you ahead. Koon unlikely to have
All
2
in.
10s, although maybe he'd rip
Same
it.
hand, hopefully.
I think
Well, Badziakowski is all in, and they are flipping here. Ace Queen versus jacks. This is a big pot. 604,000
Good game,
in
bro.
there now.
It was a good run. You played well.
I still have
Yeah,
a...
rebuy chips left there.
Oh, shit. Anyway, I have to put them in 5 seconds. So. I have some backup plan.
Oh.
That's went too easy.
Not 1 ace, but 2 aces for Koon. Badziakowski looking for a jack.
Still 2
And now
jacks.
just a jack.
So unlucky I didn't have Jack 10 of diamonds there. I guess I would have won anyway.
And Koon
Could've
starting to
had
catch fire. Now up over 700,000 chips.
And I think I'm going to pull up live reporting,
Put it
which
in
if
now?
you guys, when our stream ends, want to continue to follow along, head over to
told you 100K
pgt.com.
Yeah, I know.
Look
You
for
fucking
live
called
reporting.
it. Then I jammed an ace queen and 2
Koon's going
aces.
to be in
and
the
I
top
felt it
5 in
coming.
chips. Right now, Lee Y. Kiat is chip leader with 1.9 million. Wow. Let that sink in. 1.9 million already he has accumulated before rebuys close.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. We'll take a look at our leaderboard here. Sang on 700,000, Koon on 7.2 million. You just mentioned 1.9 million. That's our chip leader throughout. The final table will be here, 7 a.m. Eastern time. Brent Hanks, myself will be here. Thank you all for joining us. Once again, congratulations to Phil Ivey for winning the 50k PLO earlier. We'll see you tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern. For everybody here at Poker Go, I am David Tuckman. He is Brent Hanks. Goodbye.